waiting till 10 o'clock. Thank you. We are recording. Is that true? Okay. I'd like to call the meeting of the Cambria Community Service District Board to order. This morning it is January 9th, 2025, and it is 10 a.m. Would you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, one nation, under God. So we do have a quorum. All 5 directors are here. And do we have a report from closed session?
Yes, President Scott, I'm filling in for uh, Tim Carmel today. As I understand it, there was a closed session on the 12th during a special meeting, and Mr. Carmel did report on that closed session at the end of that special meeting, but not at the beginning of the regular meeting. So just to supplement his report, the closed session that day was conference with labor negotiators in accordance with Government Code Section 54957.6. The designated representatives were the general manager, Matt McElhaney, and attorney Che Johnson from the Liebert firm. The employee groups are the Service Employees International Union Local 620, International Association of Firefighters, Local 4635, and Management and Confidential Exempt Employees. No action was taken by the board at the closed session, but I would add that on today's agenda, there are items relating to those negotiations for the board's consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Hirsch. Okay, let's go on then to agenda item 1E, and this is the President's report. First thing I would like to say is Happy New Year. Welcome to all of those who are joining us today, not only in person, but on Zoom. And we hope to get a lot of things done this year, so stay tuned. The other thing that I'd like to do is to take a moment of silence for President Carter. President Carter, this is his National Day of Mourning for his death. He was born on October 1st, 1924, died December 29th, 2024. He was the 39th President of the United States, serving from 1977 to 1981. A member of the Democratic Party, Carter served as the 76th governor of Georgia from 1971 to 1975, and in the Georgia State Senate from 1963 to 1967. He was the longest-lived president in U.S. history and the first to reach the age of 100. Was a very kind man and brought a lot of integrity to the United States. So please join me in a few seconds of silence for President Carter. Thank you. Let's go then to agenda review. And is there anything from the board members that you would like to rearrange? Okay. Yes.
May we table agenda item 7A as applications are still coming in for the vacancy?
That would be fine with me. Does anybody have any problem with that?
Concur.
Okay, great. So we will table 7A. The other thing that I'd like to do is, I would like to do first on the agenda, rather than doing, the public safety, well, we'll do public safety and fire chief report, but then we'll go to regular business and do regular business first. Since this is our first day-long meeting, we kind of need to figure out how it's going to work. So I thought better to start with 7A, get that business taken care of, and then we can do reports after our break. Does that make sense to everyone?
Do you want to have public comment though before the regular
Yes,
business? Okay, so
yes.
yeah, it would be in after section 4 then.
Right.
President Scott, may I?
Yes,
In anticipation of the agenda moving,
yes.
the fire chief is down south at a training conference.
Okay.
I would just need to check in with him to see if he can show up to the first half of this meeting, or if you would like to have his report on the back half.
Whatever he can do makes all the sense.
He's prepared for the back half of
Okay.
today's meeting, if that's okay.
That's fine. We'll do that.
Yeah.
Anything else? No. Okay. Let's go to board member communications then. Director Farmer.
Thank you, President Scott. And first, I want to wish everyone a very happy new year, and I hope life is going well for everyone. So I want to comment on something that may seem, well, it's not that important considering what's happening right now in Southern California. Having been raised there, it's kind of alarming and saddening to see what's going on with thousands of homes and businesses destroyed and everything that's taking place, and who knows how long it's going to take for folks to recover from this. But I thought I would address what's going on in the rest of the state, and I think that probably includes Cambria. So I don't know if many of you know this, but roughly 60% of the state, in other words, over half of the state right now is considered abnormally dry as we begin 2025. Over 18 million people, almost half of the population, are currently living in drought conditions. Since we had about 3 inches of rain just prior to Thanksgiving at one time, which kind of boosted the well levels and greened up the hill, ultimately greened up the hillsides. But since then, it's only rained twice, and that total was less than an inch. The reason I'm bringing this up is because in the previous 9 years, and observing the well levels, and we can see it on page 40 here, in the previous 9 years, the well levels, while they're dropping in the fall, by the time we reach early and then the following year, the well levels have gone up because of the rain that we've received. Unfortunately, right now, the well levels are actually going down. No, it's a very slight decline, but I'm making this observation for an obvious reason. And there's no rain on the forecast. So I'm not trying to be an alarmist or anything like that, but those of us that lived here 10 years ago know the efforts that were made to deal with what was going on at that time, which is a very severe drought. And at that time, the residents of Cambria, we cut back on our water use 38%. We're one of the 3 most efficient communities in the entire state of California to deal with the drought conditions. So I just want to remind people of things that we did back at that time with regard to maybe taking either shorter showers or fewer showers and saving shower water to water our plants, water our landscaping, that type of thing. Preparing rain catchment systems, doing full loads of laundry. If you happen to have a dishwasher, using, just doing full loads of dishes, that type of thing. I think it's important to already consider, even though here we are just 9 days into the new year, considering what potentially is on the horizon and being as conscientious as we possibly can with regard to our water use and reuse. So especially for those of us that have lived here for a while, we can kind of understand this. But if you have neighbors that have maybe moved here in the last 5 years or so, and they don't know what we've been through in the past and what is potentially on the horizon, you just might want to talk to them and let them know this is how we've handled this in the past, and just be a source of encouragement, but being realistic as well. And I just want to make one more comment that no matter what our differences are politically, and they seem to be more in our face these days, or our differences economically, or whatever our differences in this community, we're all in this together, what is potentially on the horizon. So I just, I thought I'd start off the new year with this hopeful note in some fashion. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Farmer. Anyone else? Okay. So then what I'd like to do first is to have Ms. Dodson read who is on Zoom and who has joined us on Zoom.
Christina Galloway, Crosby and Laura Swartz, Elizabeth Benhausen, Eric Johnson, Ivana Rodriguez, Christina Gill, Rochelle Benjamin, and S.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. So I think then we'll go ahead and go to public comment. Do we have anyone in-house? Anyone online?
No.
Okay. Is the sheriff here?
No.
No, so we'll wait until this afternoon. Maybe he got the information that we were going to do that later on too. Okay. Right. Let's go then to regular business under 7, agenda item 7, and 7A has been pulled. We did have an amended agenda. I want to make sure everyone knew that we had an amended agenda and that you got that information. So we're going to go ahead and continue 7A until February. And the reason that we're going to do that is because we have more people who are showing interest in our committees. And we want to make sure that the public has every opportunity to join us in the work that we do. So thank you. Okay, let's go then to agenda item 7B. Mr. McElhaney.
President Scott, thank you. Agenda item 7B, discussion regarding title and focus of the proposed new standing committee that was amended on January 6, 2025. There's no direct financial impact for this. In coordination with former President Gray and current President Scott, there was discussions of a new committee regarding fire protection services. And I think this is timely considering what we're experiencing down south. And our hearts and prayers go out to those in that affected area. So working with the fire chief and the board, we're proposing a new committee that focuses on fire protection, that would establish a committee of community members that would work closely with the fire chief and a board of director that would bring a lot of these important issues within the community about fire protection, not just wildfires, but emergency response, EMS response, vehicle accidents, surf rescues. There's a need for that discussion and for the fire department to be a little more connected to the board. Our goal is to have that committee work in conjunction with the Fire Safe Focus Group, work some sort of synergy there on both fronts. The staff report details some of the scope that we envisioned, and I'll turn it over to the board for further discussion.
And I would like to say that this is one of the agenda items that had an amended staff report. So if you haven't read that, that would be important to read that. Okay, do I have any discussion from the board members? Yes.
Yep. Thank you. Thank
Director
you,
Gray.
President Scott. Yeah. It is important people look at the amended version of the description because we did quite a bit of work on the duties or the responsibilities or powers of the committee, and to update that. I see a couple things. One specifically about the committee and its description. What I would envision on this staff report is that the language that all committees have in the bylaws as to their responsibilities would essentially be those bullet points under strategic planning, budget and resource support, community risk reduction, and community engagement. Those bullet points would be maybe with a little bit of tightening the language that describes the committee in the bylaws. And that we can do, obviously, at the next meeting without the headings. And otherwise, I think what the General Manager McElhaney said about the scope of the committee is very accurate. I think the point about working with the Fire Safe Focus Group needs to be stressed, because I think I sense some misunderstanding out in the community, because I heard somebody ask me if the Fire Safe Focus Group was going to be disbanded, and I said nothing of the sort is going to happen. What we're trying to do with this, in my view, is trying to get the CCSD focused on the fire protection needs generally, that are issues that are within its scope and within its power, and things it can do and needs to be doing. The Fire Safe Focus Group is a extremely valuable advisory group that essentially advises the county and specifically the Fire Safe Council, which is a very effective grant seeking agency, or seeking actually a nonprofit. And a lot of the things that we have done so far in this community, especially in forest management and wildfire prevention in that area, and also a very important series of studies on evacuation planning. Those came out of grants that were obtained from the state by the Fire Safe Council on the urging of the Fire Safe Focus Group. And we want that activity obviously to continue, because it's extremely important. And I won't speak for him, personally right at this point, but Dave Pearson, who is the coordinator of FSFG, call it, is probably going to be on this committee too, and he's going to apply to the committee, as I understand. And so we'll be linked very closely with them. We want to supplement what they do, dealing with things that the Cambria can do and has the power to do. Now, I was going to say briefly, this couldn't be more timely, considering the horrible things that have been happening down south. And if you've seen pictures of what used to be Pacific Palisades, and someone who grew up in Los Angeles, it's incredibly shocking. It shows you what happens when a fire hits a populated area. Even if it starts as a wildfire, it can hit a populated area, and if there's enough wind and there's enough energy, the houses themselves become fuel, and there's no stopping it. And as always in the last few years, we've heard of these wildfires that happen in California and also in Hawaii. There's an issue of evacuation, which is people were abandoning cars and running for their lives, and because they could not get out. And it's a personal crusade of mine, I guess, to try to get a real evacuation plan on the ground that actually works and actually would work. And this committee will, I certainly, if I'm chair of the committee, hasn't been finalized, I certainly will hopefully have the committee look at that, because we have talked about evacuation for years now, and we've done studies, and we've tried to get some cooperation from certain property owners. I don't get into that in detail, but it always gets kind of pushed to the back burner a little bit, to use a maybe inappropriate phrase. It gets pushed to the back burner a little bit because we always focused on general issues here. So one reason for a standing committee is to focus on things that the board can't stay focused on, all the time. And I think that's one of them. Defensible space, and also all the things that General Manager McElhaney mentioned operationally. I think our fire department, by the way, is operationally is a fine department. I don't think it needs work. We need to look at what it can do that we need, that we haven't really directed it to do up to this point. And it could be evacuation, obviously. It could be other things too. So I'm looking forward to this, and I hope we get a lot of interest in it from the public in the next month. And the applications will be accepted now once we do this action. And next month we'll be populating the committee with people. And then after that, our first meeting, I guess, will be the Thursday after the Monday, next Thursday after that meeting. Right. So the 20th, I believe. So I'm obviously very much in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Gray. Does anyone else have anything they want to? Yes.
I think this is a wonderful idea, and I think it's very much needed. I see that this is a discussion item, not a discussion and consideration
Yes.
item, so we are not taking a vote on this.
What we have to do is we have to ask Mr. Hirsch what we're allowed to do under the Brown Act and see what we can do.
Okay,
I believe the board would be taking action to direct staff and district council to come back with implementing documents to create this new committee, which would involve amendments to the bylaws, a resolution establishing the committee, ultimately amending the conflict of interest documents to include the committee members, things like that.
Okay, thank you.
okay, so we need to direct staff to work on this, and we also need to amend the bylaws.
Yes. So is there any
Oh,
other?
I just have a timetable
Sure.
question on that. If we did that on at the next meeting on the 13th of February, would the committee still be able to start its work? In other words, would we be able to accept applications on that date and then basically fill the committee and have it actually meeting a week after? Would it slow things down to have to wait till the 20th? Till the 13th, rather?
Mr. Hirsch?
Yeah.
I don't see that there would be a problem if the board wanted to direct staff to begin the process of publicizing the committee and seeking applicants. But it won't be until the next meeting when it's more formally established.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now let's take public comment.
We don't have anyone.
Okay, and no one here. Yes, sir. Please come. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. You both have beautiful hats. You have to turn your microphone on. Oh, it's already on.
Oh.
Tell us your name and where
My
you're
name
from.
is Margie DeLuca, and I live up at the Pacific Pines.
Mm.
And I'm here for a couple of reasons. Well, my son is here, and he arrived this morning at 1 o'clock, and he evacuated last night from Hollywood, so he was in the middle of the ring of fire, so to speak, and so he's here and sleeping at home. But yeah, so he's part of that. And also we live at the old Air Force housing, Pacific Pines, and we're at a dead end, one way in and one way out.
Yeah.
So we're very much interested in being part of that committee. Yeah, we are very much in a place that we wouldn't be able to very much get out of.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we have a truck, we could probably drive out somebody's backyard and down into the dog park if we had to. But I mean, we need a plan.
Yes.
So help, if people are like backed out and, we're gonna be stuck.
Yes.
So, and on foot, just like the people down in LA.
Yes.
And my husband's a retired fireman, so I mean, we've been through our head of different ways of how do we get out and how do we help our neighbors. So, yeah, so we're very much interested in being part of the committee or having plans and helping other people. And we do have elderly people and Hispanic people around us that don't speak English. So, yeah, help us and to help you and the whole committee. So that's what we're here for
Yeah,
today.
Thank you. And when those applications go, when you see those applications available, please apply.
All right, thank you
Yes,
very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
No.
Okay. Yes, Director Farmer.
Thank you. Thank you, President Scott. I just wanted to thank former President and now Director Gray for his very eloquent and thorough comments with regard to how we should be approaching this particular this particular committee and their involvement with the Fire Safe Focus Group and so forth. It's very much appreciated and really kind of sets a standard as to how we should be approaching this committee moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
So do we need to make a motion to direct staff to do what needs to
think
be
that
done
that-
for the title and
yes,
focus
yes.
of this group?
Yes,
That's my motion.
okay,
I'll second.
okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh,
We
sorry.
do a roll call?
Yes, roll call.
Director Dean,
Aye.
Director Gray,
Aye.
Director Farmer,
Aye.
Vice President Thomas.
Aye, and let's just check to be sure we don't need any further specificity to the motion.
Yeah.
Aye, as it is worded, yeah.
President Scott.
Aye. Okay. Let's go then to agenda item 7C. This is discussion and consideration of standing committee chair and liaison appointments. And this was also under the amended agenda. No, it was not. General Manager McElhaney.
Thank you, President Scott. As introduced, agenda item 7C, discussion and consideration of standing committee chair and liaison appointments. No fiscal impact associated with this item. It is our recommendation the Board of Directors should review and appoint one CCSD board member as a chairperson to each standing committee. According to section 3.1 of our committee bylaws. The chairperson should be chosen annually from the members of the Board of Directors by a majority vote of the board. The current committee chairpersons are as follows. Currently, Director Gray is the chair of the Finance Committee. Director Dean is that of the Resources and Infrastructure Committee. And Director Thomas is the chair of the Pros Committee. And obviously, we are waiting to take further action on the Fire Protection Committee. And I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to hear from the board members about their current assignment and what they have interest in doing in the future in 2025.
I would like to continue to be the chair of R&I committee if the board agrees. And may I make a recommendation?
Yes,
I would like to recommend President Scott to be the chair of Finance Committee to free Director Tom Gray up to be the chair of the new Fire Committee.
and I accept that challenge. Anyone else?
Yeah, I just wanted, it may have a way to word that, because we would want to make it official. I would serve on Finance Committee until, this is one more month, one more meeting actually, pending President Scott's appointment to the Finance Committee, then I would take over Fire Committee when it's formed. Maybe we just say it that way.
Yes. Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Thank you, President Scott. Yeah, and I'm honored to have chaired the Pros Committee, and I would be very interested in continuing to serve on as chair of the Pros Committee. And as I was listening to Director Dean, and my thought was it would be wise to make that assignment today on the reassigning the Finance Committee to enable looking over the next month. There will be further applicants, it appears, and I would want to see the chair going forward to be reviewing and making those recommendations at the next meeting. So I would advocate that that assignment take place today.
So I would ask Mr. Hirsch, even though it says a chairperson for the proposed new committee will be considered by the board at a later date, can we still do that?
The appointment for the new committee should be part of the action that gets taken next month when the committee is formed. We should make sure we remember to put that on the agenda. The appointment for the Finance Committee could certainly take place today.
Thank you.
But
Yeah,
And I agree that the change in the chair of the Finance Committee should happen today
Yes.
because of what Vice President Thomas said. I think whoever's going to be the chair moving forward should be the one to review the applications and make the recommendations on who should be on that committee.
Yeah, that's, I mean, because President Scott's already reviewing applications. She's doing that. The idea is, I guess, we're only talking about one meeting, a meeting on 13th of this month where I would be chairing. If it's, passes legal muster and everything, I'd be acting chair, which is fine, because it's just, I'm just chairing the meeting. I'm not reviewing applications or anything like that. So President Scott has actually kind of taken over the essentials. It's just I need to, so I don't know how you phrase that, because I don't want to do something where I'm chairing a committee that I'm not chair of officially.
Yeah, my concern is that the bylaws are very specific regarding the chair of the committee reviewing those applications and bringing those recommendations. So I would lean towards being consistent with our bylaws and absolutely honor the tremendous service. Director Gray, you've led the chaired and led the finance committee for as long as my line of sight.
Yeah.
May I make a suggestion? And I'm not sure if this is possible. Shall we make the change of the chair effective after Monday's finance committee meeting?
Yes,
So that Director Gray can still chair
yes.
Monday's finance meeting since it's already scheduled and the agenda is already done. And then President Scott assumes that position after that.
Yeah, and I will be attending that meeting too.
That's fine. That's good.
Okay. The other part of this agenda item is for the current liaison appointments. And what I'd like to say is that San Simeon CSD, I had been the liaison to that CSD, and at this point, I don't think there's a need for a liaison to San Simeon. But I do want you all to take a look at what the other liaison appointments are. Do we need to delete any other ones, or do we need to add any other ones?
I would like to continue on as the liaison to the Coastal Commission since I'm part of the ad hoc committee for the CDP. You haven't seen a lot of reports from me on the Coastal Commission meetings, and that is because I don't see the point of charging the district $100 for a report on a meeting that has nothing to do with anything that affects Cambria or our area of the coastline. So you haven't seen a lot of reports of me, but I do watch all of the meetings. So then I'm aware of what's going on, but I would like to continue to do that if that's okay with the rest of the board.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I have a suggestion to make on the question of any new agencies or entities we want to have liaisons to. Rather than trying to come up with a list on the fly today and discuss it, maybe we should make that an item for the next agenda. Have staff, in consultation with staff, maybe get a list of potential liaison appointments. I can think of a few, like LAFCO, and there's the County's Water Resources Advisory Committee, which actually has members from agencies like ours. Even the Cambria Tourism Board, which actually handles a lot of money, and works in Cambria, and we have gotten at least one grant from them regarding the skate park. So there are other groups out there that might be potentially useful to monitor and track, and that have some impact on us or potential impact on us. Even the Water Quality Control Board. So that maybe I would ask rather than talk about these today and try to come up with a list. Maybe have a report come back next month of the potential ones, and then we can look again at this at this list. For additions.
For additions.
For additions,
Okay.
yeah.
So as we stand right now, are there any changes that need to happen to the people who are on that list right now so that we can contemplate it between now and next month?
I'm fine. Fire State Focus Group, I guess, is appropriate for me to be liaison, so I'll continue with that.
Okay,
President Scott, may I make a quick
sure.
announcement? Director Gray mentioned LAFCO. I wanted to throw it out there that there are 2 member seats open on the commission for special district representatives. Those nominations are due by February 7th. So we wouldn't make, how do I put this? Potentially being a liaison, or if any of the directors are interested in being nominated to be on the LAFCO commission as a special district member, we can work on those nominations in the background as staff. So I'm just tossing it out there if anybody's interested in that. Those are due by February 7th.
So as president, I would be interested in doing that. Yeah. Okay,
Okay.
yes,
And
Vice President Thomas.
Thank you, President Scott. Yeah, and I, from our discussion at the last meeting, I had thought that one of our assignments was to come with recommendations, and so I went through the list of every possible agency around, and so I think perhaps we won't be discussing that now. But in terms of LAFCO, I've given that considerable thought, and I don't really see my question is, how will it benefit the district for having someone in that liaison role where we're truly expending our resources? And with LAFCO, I don't see it. It will go to LAFCO as a district as a community services district when we need their review and update. But I don't see what we would be influencing that would be benefiting the district. Just my thoughts.
Yes.
And I've got some thoughts on the rest of them, but I guess we'll save that for the next meeting.
Yes, Director Gray.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Okay,
I was.
yes,
Okay, so years back,
yes.
in the beginning of R&I, when Bob Greshams was here as our district engineer, I was attending the RAC meetings with him.
Mm.
And I would like to see us continue having a liaison to RAC. And I would like, as chair of R&I, a committee who's trying to hunt down new sources of water, I would like to be considered for liaison for RAC.
Thank you. Yes. Director Farmer.
Thank you. Thank you for remembering my name, President Scott. I just want to say that I feel honored to be the liaison to the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch, as well as the Cambria Forest Committee, both of them involved with the natural resources that surround us that are so essential to the, how could I say it, the well-being of all of us mentally and emotionally and psychologically, having the beauty of nature around us. And like I say, I'm grateful to be the liaison to these two fine groups. So thank you so much.
And if I may,
Yes.
I would like to compliment Vice President Thomas in his work as the liaison to the North Coast Advisory Council.
Thank you, Director Dean. Thank you very much.
So you're interested in staying?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Full interest in continuing.
Okay, so we have good information for our next meeting.
And would you like me to share my thoughts now, or simply provide them to the general manager so it can be input?
I think to go ahead and just provide them to the general manager. And then we can go from there at our next meeting. Okay. So do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
No.
Okay. Then do I have a motion? Yes, Vice President Thomas.
I will move that we approve the standing committee chair and liaison appointments as written, with the following changes: that Deborah Scott would chair the Finance Committee following the upcoming Finance Committee meeting this coming Monday, and that we will eliminate the San Simeon CSD liaison role.
Second that.
Go ahead and do the roll call.
Vice President Thomas,
Aye.
Director Dean,
Aye.
Director Gray,
Aye.
Director Farmer,
Aye.
President Scott.
Aye. Okay, let's go then to agenda item 7D. And This information has been put together by Director Gray. So would you be kind as to go ahead and present this agenda item?
Who else wants to? Yeah, this is a summary that, as of December, I put together on the committees, ad hoc committees that were in existence at the beginning of 2024. And what, obviously, what they've done since, whether they're still active or they've, not completed their assigned mandate or whatever. So this list, as you'll notice, there are 7 active committees as of the end of 2024 that we would be considering now for either extending, folding, maybe reassigning members and so forth. There's one committee which, basically sort of following up on our discussion of the new fire committee that I have a question about, and I guess Director Dean would be the one to answer this most directly. Emergency wildfire evacuation. My question is, and I'm neutral on it really, do we want to continue that committee or would it be duplicative of the standing committee? Otherwise, the other 6, I think, are all still in business. They haven't really finished yet. And I just turn that over to the committee for discussion as to whether we want to continue them or any of them actually have completed the work, which I don't think is quite true. Yeah.
Yes. Vice President Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott. And I'll defer to Director Dean on the question of the wildfire evacuation. But the strategic planning workshop near the bottom of page 230, status states March 4, 2024. Given that there is a new active strategic plan update ad hoc at the bottom of the following page, that we indicate here the status of the Karen Dean and Michael Thomas ad hoc committee be shown as disbanded and complete.
Yeah, that was just an oversight. It should have said disbanded March 4th, 2024.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, Director Dean.
Okay, so Director Gray and I, along with David Pearson from the Fire Safe Focus Group, have been working on emergency wildfire evacuation plans for quite some time, where Director Gray is going to be the chair of the new committee, and we know that David Pearson, the lead of our local Fire Safe Focus Group, is going to be on that committee. I'm not sure whether, I enjoyed working with them on this, but I'm not sure whether they're going to need my input on this. I'm willing to stay on it if they would like me to, but is it appropriate for there to be an ad hoc committee of the board for this if there is actually a standing committee for this? So is that something you want to ask, Mr. Hirsch?
Okay. Mr. Hirsch, did you hear our question?
I'm sorry, I was having a little trouble getting back to the, turning the audio off. Could you repeat that, please?
Okay, so we're looking at the ad hoc committee on emergency wildfire evacuation, which Director Gray and I, along with David Pearson, the lead of the Cambria Fire Safe Focus Council, have been working on for quite some time as an ad hoc committee. And since Director Gray is going to be the chair of the new fire committee, and David Pearson, the chair of the Fire Safe Focus Group, is going to be joining that committee, is it appropriate for the board to have an ad hoc committee for this topic if there is actually a standing committee on this?
Probably not. I think the board could have an ad hoc committee, but you're beginning to look at overlap and functions that probably are unnecessary, and you also want to make sure you avoid any Brown Act issues in terms of participation on issues and things like that. So I think with the new committee, it's best not to have an ad hoc committee that's going to be working on the same topic.
Thank
Okay.
you, Mr. Hirsch. So as part of the motion, let's remember that. But in the meantime, is there any other?
May,
Yes.
can we say that this committee will be disbanded upon the formal implementation
Yes.
of the standing committee?
Yes,
Okay.
that would be a good
Okay.
way to word it.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah, thank you, President Scott.
yeah.
Also on the skate park ad hoc committee, I bring that up for discussion. It feels like, the time is probably appropriate. I mean, there's been, various views on the duration. And, and we understand the formation and the purpose of the skate park ad hoc of the board. Bring it up for discussion. It seems appropriate that the perhaps that ad hoc sunset and direct the pros committee to focus on moving that forward.
Comment?
Yes, I spoke to Ms. Amadei this morning to see what the status of the fundraising was, and she is making progress.
Great.
And the purpose of this committee was to follow the progress up until the point where we had an engineering cost estimate, and we were satisfied that the Cambria had the funds to move forward for the construction as well as a maintenance fund.
Mm.
It sounded this morning in my discussion with her that she is getting close. And so I think possibly, while I understand that Rose is recreation, and I know that they've been wanting to have this committee, but to me, it sounds like we're getting close to the point where we're reaching what we were assigned to do. So I'd like to get to that point, or have another ad hoc committee meeting to make sure we are close to that point before we send it to pros.
Does that make
Does
sense?
that make sense?
I'm happy to play either way. It does sound very similar to the prior discussion on the wildfire evacuation with a committee of the board working within the same scope. And it's sort of, whatever the ad hoc committee is currently doing could certainly be done by the pros committee. So
May we have Director Farmer and General Manager McElhaney's input on this?
Yes.
Well, Director Dean and I have been passionately involved with this particular project for close to 4 years now. And I personally, and I can see both sides of this, handing it off to the pros committee, since it's parks, recreation, and open space, and we're talking about a park that provides recreation. But seeing it, further to some degree of moving forward with regard to the request for a proposal, I'd like to continue on that process. Also, I just want to mention, and this may not be pertinent, however, we have members of our community who are donating time and money by doing things for free to help build the skate park itself. And that's kind of goes along with what happened when the skate park was built many, many years ago. Local folks are donating their time and effort and money and expertise to get this project to completion, which I find, tremendously heartwarming, as well as people obviously donating money and, continuing to be involved with that particular process is something that I would really appreciate the opportunity to do. And I know that Director Dean feels the same. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't think that just because it doesn't mean that they can't finish their work during 2025, and then we can make sure that that information gets transferred to pros. Yes.
Yes, I think, that usually there's some event like something that's, a report or something.
Mhm.
It could do a final report and it goes to the board, because board typically gets something from ad hoc committee when the ad hoc committee is disbanded essentially.
Right.
In the case of the wildfire evacuation committee. We're doing that now, I guess, with the establishment of the fire committee. So there's always some, so I would agree with Director Dean and Director Farmer that this ad hoc committee should stay on until there's that point at which, it's clear that their mission has been accomplished and that they report back to the board to that effect. So fine with that.
Thank you, Director Gray.
Yeah. Part of the problem to me, as worded task, to me, this is inconsistent with what I've heard in the past. But advise on planning and construction of Main Street Skate Park. So if I read that, they're responsible until it's built and operational. And also there's, within the confines of the pros committee, we'd have an opportunity for open and public discussion of the various factors. I mean, it is complex with the grant, the engineering estimates, and to me, that speaks in favor of, having it done by the committee.
May I?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so this description of what the ad hoc committee's task is not quite accurate in this chart. We do have an MOU that outlines exactly what our responsibility is. And former director Don Howell is here, and he is the one who assigned Director Farmer and I to this ad hoc committee. If perhaps you would like to hear from Director Howell what our task is.
Mr. Howell, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, good idea.
I am trying to remember the remote past when we actually started this. As I understand it, and I think it's well expressed by Director Dean, the issues had to do with, how can I describe this? I'm totally unprepared for this question. Because we were dealing with district property, there was an issue there. There were issues having to do with the financial viability of the project. And at that time, this was well beyond the scope of the Pros Commission at that time. So I felt the need to, because it had to come before the board to approve the use of the property. There was money that there was a grant involved, and there were issues about, we were actually, because of the timing, the skate people had missed out on that grant, but we used that grant money for the restroom at the dog park. So it had to do with committing funds and reaching an agreement with the skate people. And so I think the issue is, and it had to do with developing the MOU. And because this needed to happen at the board level, because this is board action, it was well beyond the scope of the Pros Commission. So am I being clear enough to? And it was a necessity because we had these community people that needed to go forward, and we wanted to encourage it, but it had to work very, very tightly with the board's priorities. And this is particularly had to do with the monetary issues involved, and the issue of the fact that the board is committing to a significant amount of support even beyond the initial construction. So there was a degree of board involvement that is far greater than either the dog park or any of the other recreational things that were going on. My own opinion, I tend to believe that once the terms of the MOU have been thoroughly established and the board agrees that those terms have been met, that would then be an appropriate moment to turn over the project and its administration and everything else to the Pros Committee with the help of the general manager. That would be my recommendation on that. Have I made do I have any, while I'm standing here, is there any other questions?
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Howell.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
Okay, so This is a little bit incorrect. It's supposed to advise on the planning of the construction of the Main Street Skate Park. Our task ends when they're ready to go out for RFP. That is the point, I believe,
Yeah.
that it needs to go to pros. But it's up to the board, the consensus of the board. And I believe General Manager McElhaney has an opinion since he has sat through all of these ad hoc committee meetings.
And I would like to see a formal transition of the work
Mhm.
to be done upon completion of the MOU. Mr. McElhaney, do you have
Yeah,
something you'd like
thank
to
you,
say?
President Scott
Yeah.
and Director Dean. Of course, boards will. But what I'm hearing and some of the things that we experienced at this ad hoc level is that some initial engineering estimates have come through, which established that our funding could be short based on what the Cambria Community Council has raised. We're capped at a $1.2 million grant that is matching, so up to 600,000. Those engineering estimates have come over that 1.2 mark, which has kind of shifted us back to the drawing board, which what Director Dean is hinting at is that the Cambria Community Council is now coming up with ways to offset some of those funding gaps.
Mhm.
We also are working with a contractor in town who's doing a mock bid. So if he was to bid on the project, he's putting forward a mock bid on the dollar amount he would bid on to give us another range, a more accurate estimate, like a mock RFP that would show us a little more closely how short we are. And that is what Mrs. Amadei is working on, is to close that gap. I think that's supposed to hit within the next month. I just spoke with him yesterday. He's working on that here in January and hope to have us in February. I think that might help close this loop a little bit better, is if we get that mock bid, a final report, and if the board is comfortable, that'd be a good transition piece to turn it over to pros. We're still kind of hanging in the balance in terms of meeting the intent of the meeting the intent of the MOU.
Right.
Because there was a lot of things in that MOU that said we will have the monies will be there, and the monies aren't there yet. So again, happy to work with whichever ad hoc and or committee wants to work on the skate park, but we're still in this transition period of really meeting the intent of the MOU, unless the board would like to bring the MOU back and change the wording of the MOU.
Yes, Director
Yeah,
Gray.
I think there's a natural endpoint we're homing in on here for the committee. It has to do with the point at which we have, it's ready for when we get the RFP, we get the bids. It's ready for construction, meaning it's adequately funded. And so that's where we're headed. We're not, it's the execution of the MOU that Mr. Howell was talking about. It hasn't been fully, it's obviously been on the books for some time, but we haven't really fully executed it because we have not met the endpoints, as it were, having to do with funding. And so I think that the committee should stay in business until the point at which the funding is adequate, the funding in hand is adequate for the construction.
Thank you, Director
Yeah.
Gray. So I think at this point, do we have any other comments by the board? And we should go ahead and do public comment?
We have none.
None, and none in-house. Okay, then do I have a motion?
I can make a motion to, this is to adopt the, I guess you call the status of the outline, list of ad hoc committee assignments as presented in the staff report, with a couple of exceptions. Under emergency wildfire evacuation, that committee is to be disbanded upon establishment of the fire standing committee. And then under the strategic planning workshop process, the first committee that was formed July 2023, in the status box say disbanded March 4th, 2024. I don't believe there's any need for a change in the description of the skate park at this point.
Do I have a second?
Second that.
Okay. Let's go ahead and do a roll call.
Director Gray,
Aye.
Director Dean,
Aye.
Director Farmer,
Aye.
Vice President Thomas,
Aye.
President Scott.
Aye. Let's go then to agenda item 7E. This is discussion and consideration regarding the district strategic plan workshop. And as you saw on the ad hoc, Director Gray and I have been working on the upcoming workshop. So let's go ahead and have you present this, Mr. McElhaney.
Thank you, President Scott. Agenda item 7E, discussion and consideration regarding the district strategic plan workshop. On October 10th, former Vice President Scott requested this item be placed on a future agenda to brainstorm about the current state of the district and identify changes the board would like to see as far as this process goes. Following this request on December 12th, we appointed President Scott and Director Gray to be on an ad hoc committee to carry out this work. Attached is some of those strategic planning processes that the ad hoc committee has outlined, to include the workshop planning session, the scope, major updates, how it would be facilitated, and the overall agenda. And I'll turn it back over to you for discussion.
Thank you very much. So Director Gray and I have been working on how best to gather information for our strategic planning workshop in March. And even though we had the process here outlined by the ad hoc committee previously, we decided to do a little variation on a theme. And so one of the things that we did was we asked General Manager McElhaney to get direct feedback from the staff, and that report was made in December. So for those of you who were here or have listened to the video, that was very enlightening process. The other thing is that we really discussed how to best get information from the public. The SWOT analysis sometimes does not give us the information that we actually need from the public. And so we are at this point still working on how to address and ask the question to the public in a way that we can get really meaningful information. So Director Gray, do you have something that you'd like to say?
Oh, no, I don't. I kept my light on here.
Oh, okay. So let's go ahead and do some discussion on what's in the staff report. Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Thank you, President Scott. The third paragraph under discussion, where it discusses a special meeting February 24th for public input. This is way too late in the process. It's entirely inconsistent with the process defined by the previous ad hoc committee.
Yes, thank you. And what I'd like to say in response to that is I think that date should, that the date that we gather that information from the public should be the next board meeting. So we'll go ahead and change that. And in fact, we hadn't really set a date as far as the 24th, and then we don't need to have a special meeting. That makes sense? Yeah, I know.
So in the past, we've had the ad hoc committee sort out the responses from the public, and so will the ad hoc committee still be doing that?
Yes.
So there needs to be time for that to happen.
Yes.
So I agree with making this the February board meeting.
Yeah, definitely. I have received the feedback from the board members and have compiled that information and have sent it to our other ad hoc member. Right.
So a question actually on that, the two of us will prepare, I mean, this is your, everybody's SWOT points,
Right.
and their input is right now is raw copy essentially, as you know. I think this is in both cases, I think with the public comment and with the board comment, there'll be summaries prepared that you can see both. You can see the raw comment, but for discussion, I think the summaries would probably be the most useful.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anything else? No? Is there any, oh, yes, Director Farmer.
Yes, thank you so much, President Scott. Just for clarification, I think what we've decided here is that we'll be getting feedback from the community at our next once-a-month board meeting on the 13th of February. And then we won't be having the meeting on the 24th of February as
That's,
previously scheduled.
that's true.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. Yes,
I just have a question too. In terms of public feedback, that meeting on the 13th is for, of course, in-person comment. We also have a structure for people to submit comments to the, in writing to the, through the website. And that can be ongoing. I don't know when that's going to start, but that tends to start earlier.
yes.
Yeah.
That will
That-
be
yeah.
starting almost immediately.
Yeah.
And that needs to be complete by the 13th.
That's right.
So that as ad hoc committee,
Right.
you can organize that as input to all of those who will be attending the workshop, at least a week in advance as outlined, so that when we do our final prep, we take that into consideration.
Yes. Do I have any public comment online?
No.
How about yes, Mr. Dudzik?
Thank you, President Scott. I just was a little bit confused by the current conversation when you said that public comment will be beginning immediately.
Written public comment.
Yeah, how is that being advertised?
It's going to be on every platform and it will be on the website and we haven't, it'll be out there.
Okay, so that's yet to be
Yes,
determined.
yes,
Thank you.
yes. Nobody online?
No.
Okay. Right.
One other question.
Oh, one other question? Sure.
Thank you, President Scott. Scanning through here again. So just to confirm, we'll have public input at the next board meeting, February 13th, the next regular board meeting. And then we are reserving March 3rd and 4th duration to be determined
Right.
for the major strategic update.
Yes.
And you guys have determined who all the participants are going to be. It's going to be the department managers and the board.
Right.
And yeah, okay.
I had one suggestion on the public input, written public input. We could add something today and just directing staff to start the process of gathering public input in writing, because there's a process that they followed last year, which is well established, and you just kind of push the on button on it, right?
Correct,
Yeah.
Director Gain. Mrs. Dodson will outline her steps in terms of getting that out,
Yeah.
if you'd like.
It won't be in SWOT analysis format, but we will give you the information that we will be requesting. Okay? All right. Yes, another public comment, please come up.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Anderson.
Good morning
Good
to
morning.
all. As you were speaking, it occurred to me that the one thing I hear repeatedly from the groups I participate in is it's a closed loop system. So I asked that when you hear the public comment, there's an absolute response to it to the major points that are being made. Otherwise, we tend to feel like we're just yelling into an abyss. So the request is for feedback to feedback to the public what you heard and what you are going to do as a result of that is my request.
Yeah, and that would be, I would say, during the actual workshop.
So
Thank you. Hey, do I have a motion? Yes, Vice President Thomas.
I move that we approve the plans for the strategic planning workshop as established, with the clarification that the public input at the board meeting will occur on February 13th, and that we direct staff to begin requesting public input for the strategic plan once they receive direction from the ad hoc committee.
Maybe a friendly amendment to that. Can we just simply direct them to begin the process of getting written public comment now? Because upon, passage of this motion, because it's pretty much a, unless there's something we want to specifically ask
Yeah,
them about.
I'd like to give
Okay,
some more direction.
I withdraw that amendment.
Do I have a second?
That wasn't a second. Oh, well, I'll second it then.
Okay, thank you. Shall we do roll call?
Yes. Vice President Thomas.
Aye.
Director Dean.
Aye.
Director Gray.
Aye.
Director Farmer.
Aye.
President Scott.
Aye. Okay. Let's go then to agenda item.
Break.
Mm.
Well, I'd like to go ahead and,
I think, yeah.
does anybody else want to break?
I think we can.
Only Vice President Thomas?
I think we should.
Okay, let's go ahead and go forward with then agenda item 7F. This is the discussion and consideration of an RFP bid. Mr. McElhaney, will you please present this for us?
Absolutely. Thank you, President Scott. Agenda item 7F is discussion and consideration of accepting the low bid and approval of a public works contract with Grace Environmental Services Incorporated for the water meter register replacement and advanced metering infrastructure upgrade project and authorization for the general manager to execute the contract. There is $250,000 remaining in our budget for the advanced metering infrastructure upgrade project. The bid from Grace Environmental Services is for $60 per unit, which was the lowest cost. Staff is obviously extremely concerned with some of our costs that we're looking not only for this project, but several projects moving into the future. And so it was our recommendation that we accept the low bid. It's a fairly low scope project in terms of what's actually being done with the AMI install per meter box. It's not an overly complicated process, but the equipment and infrastructure that we have purchased is important and takes special care to install. We currently don't have the staff to do this install ourselves. We are currently, I've said it a few times, we're at like DEFCON 4 with these meters. We're currently reading over 2,000 meters manually with the limited water staff that we do have. We've pulled on our facilities and resources staff to help us with this when it comes to meter reading time. It has become such a drain on staff in terms of getting this project moved forward. We've had several delays in the project because we've had supply chain issues, and we finally got all of these endpoints in. And now we're at a point where our systems are failing faster than we can manually read them. In addition, our administrative staff, Scott, is doing over 1,000 or more manual entries into the billing system, which is causing overtime at the admin department, in addition to his roles just manning the front desk. So it is become pretty critical that we move forward with this project. We sent out the RFP in our typical manner to several different websites that license contractors. Go to those websites and look for open RFPs across the state. The results came in and we did select the lowest bid. And so I'm turning it over to the board for further discussion.
Yep. And what I would like to say is that this also was part of the amended agenda. So if you have not read the amended staff report, that's important that you do so. I'd like to open this up for discussion with the board members.
Okay, I have several questions that I would like to ask for clarification. Okay, I would like to hear how the RFPs were put out. Do we send them out to a finite list of contractors? Do we send them out to contractors who just have experience with water meters? Or do we send it out far and wide to all registered licensed contractors?
Yeah, great. I can respond to that. So we send it out to 10 separate bid board platforms, which literally reaches out to hundreds of thousands of contractors. We've received calls and inquiries from East Coast and several states away for this. So yeah, reaches probably about 250,000 contractors via the vessels that we submit this to.
Okay, I have a couple more questions.
And Director Dean, I can also give you a couple, bidamerica.net, BidNet, California Bid Network, Central Coast Builders Association. These are the different types of platforms that we send those to, as Mr. Green alluded to.
Okay. I'm looking at page 288 in the agenda packet. And let me see, that wasn't the one I wanted. I lost the page. There is a page in this item where it describes what our staff does. I thought it was page 288. I've just lost it.
It is, I think. Yeah, it is.
Is it?
Exhibit C, yeah. Mhm.
Oh, it is 288. Okay. So it describes things that staff does, and then it describes the replacement of the endpoint. So is staff going to have to follow this team around to record the meter size, the information, and put the information on the data sheet and all of that? I mean, how much staff time is this going to take following the contractor around and doing these things? And are these things that our staff is actually going to do?
So staff, they're pre-programmed for a 3/4 inch meter, and we have 277 1-inch meters. So that will be on staff to reprogram that.
Okay.
So yeah, so those 277 meters will actually take our Tremble device, and it's just a touch keypad, and we'll go ahead and reprogram those 3/4 inch meters to 1 inch. There are about 10% of our residential lots that are difficult properties, and we'll have our staff go out and prepare those or install those separately. So we'll do a small portion of that as well. But the rest of those lots are pretty cut and dried, and that will be the contractor's responsibility.
Okay, so will the contractor be the one who is recording the meter size, the transmitter number, the data on the meter reading? Is it the contractor doing that, or is that our staff?
That'll be the contractor doing it. Actually, with the removal of that register, they'll write the address that's on there, and that'll be taken, and we'll keep that for recording or developing, if we need to have any record retention, look back on that. But that'll be all done by the contractor.
Sorry for all the questions,
That's
but
okay.
this didn't come before our eyes, so
Yes.
I have questions.
That was one of my concerns.
Okay, so we have had staff put some of these endpoints in already. So do we have an idea of how long it takes on an average to do this work per meter?
There's some variables there's dirt levels, our underground varmints and moles and voles do a lot of work to cover back up those meters. But a usual replacement in an open box that doesn't require much dirt management inside that valve box or pit is about 15 minutes. We're estimating 27 meters can be done a day.
Okay, that was my next question, is we have 3,500 meters that need to be replaced, and we have a deadline of August. Is that enough time to replace all of those meters?
It's ambitious, but it's absolutely obtainable, yes.
Okay. My other thing is, I know that this is very necessary to be done. I know that this is a strain on staff. I know that we only have 4 water department operators working under Cody, and they're also dealing with keeping our water supply going and dealing with leaks and all of that. So I understand the need to contract this out. I understand that it's causing an issue with additional time to read the meters and problems with billing. So I understand the need of this, but I'm not opposed to this having to go out to RFP. I have one question though. My understanding is in accepting in these RFPs that we've gotten, I'm seeing a lot of difference in the bids. And I wanted to make sure all of these bids were apples to apples.
There's one that bidded for 5,000 meters, so we reject that just based on if they can't perform simple math, and they probably shouldn't be installing our meters and so forth. But they're pretty apples to apples as far as, I mean, you can see the dollar difference in them, but they're bidding the same project. During the process of this RFP, we had 10 contractors come out, where we took about 45 minutes of that meeting time, and we did an actual physical installation in front of them all so they could ask questions. We showed them the tools that are required, which are very simple elementary tools, and the process along with that, and programming them, and what would be required of that. So it was more than clear.
One last thing.
And to follow up on that, Director Dean,
Yeah,
just real quick, sorry, I apologize. This has also been shown, the disparity in some of these bids also showed itself when we were doing the restrooms and things like that. So we would have varying degrees of bids that you don't understand why there's such a large amount, even though the scope was outlined pretty well.
okay. My other thing is, there is a procurement law that states that we have to take the lowest bid. Am I correct?
That is correct, Director Dean. There are ways to find someone to be an unresponsible bidder, but it's very specific, and it takes an actual investigation and evidentiary hearing if we wanted to actually reject the lowest bid. And so with that comes risk.
And this bid fits within our budget.
It does.
Thank you. I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Director Farmer.
Thank you, President Scott. So first, let me preface the comments I'm about to make with the fact that I have had a serious change of mind in the past 24 hours with regard to this particular item. Once a month, I gather with various members of the community. It's called Table Talk. We've been doing it. It'll be 7 years next month. And so it was the topic of discussion yesterday. And I would have to say that the majority of folks that were participating for a variety of reasons didn't want to see this going through, and Grace Environmental Services obtaining this project. Well, I've met with Steve Orellana, who is the regional manager for Grace Environmental Services. He and I spoke maybe a year and a half ago or so with regard to what was going on in San Simeon, which is what Grace Environmental Services, they were involved with them at that time, Ms. Charlie Grace being the general manager. Well, it was my good fortune yesterday to happen to be walking by Steve's home, which I do about 4 times a week while I'm walking my canine companion, Jasper. And he just happened to be,
Yeah, can I just do one thing?
sure, you want me to speed this up?
No, I like what you're saying. I would like to have Mr. Hirsch make sure that we're following the law and to interrupt if we're not. Thank you. Go ahead.
So far, so good, David?
So far, so good.
Thank you. So in the process of this coincidence of walking by as Steve was coming home from work, so we talked for about an hour, and I got some clarification with regard to the concerns that many people in the community might be having with regard to giving this project to Grace Environmental Services for various reasons. And first, let me say that this particular bid was written up and submitted by Mr. Orellana, and that he is the person that will be doing the work. He is a very skilled, very competent, very hardworking individual who I have tremendous amount of faith in that he would do this job as well or better than anybody that we could possibly hire. And like I say, just the coincidence of it all, and having the opportunity to speak with Steve yesterday, and Mr. Orellana, I guess perhaps I should say that. I just want to give my total confidence in the hiring of Grace Environmental Services to do this job, to do it competently and in as quick a fashion as possible. The fact that Mr. Orellana lives here in Cambria, I think is certainly a definite asset. He has a deep affection for the community. He owns a home here. He's raising his family here. And I think these are all pluses, and I want to give 2 thumbs up to this particular item. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Farmer. Yes, Director Gray.
Thank you, President Scott. Yeah, I really appreciate Director Farmer's comments, because maybe it's fortuitous that he was able to talk to the one who would be doing the work, but I think it does also, emphasize the fact that a particular individual who, is the CEO of that company is not actually going to be the one out there, fixing our meters, basically. But I have further comment, and so I really appreciate Director Farmer's comments. They're very well, very, very persuasive. Also on the low bidding process or the laws about bidding, they're not designed not just to protect the low bidder, but also protect the public from costly decisions by boards to not accept a low bid for whatever reason. I did the math on these bids, and that one that we were talking about that Mr. Green mentioned that where the bidder was mistakenly assuming 5,000 units. Well, the per unit cost of that is the next lowest. And even if that bidder were going to be doing the math based on 3,500, it's still about $43,000 more than the low bid amount. That's a lot of money. And my, inner fiscal conservative here, not so inner, says this is not responsible if we have a qualified bidder and it's extremely limited. We have extremely limited options for not doing that. Let's say that. And Mr. Hirsch I'm not going to ask Mr. Hirsch to go down into detail about them, but it's not easy, and it's not, and it's a little risky in a lot of ways, not to mention fiscally risky, to not go with a low bidder, a qualified low bidder. So I'm glad to hear what other board members are saying. And again, I appreciate Dr. Farmer's comments because I think they clarify what the situation is going to be very well.
Thank you, Director Gray. Yes, Director Dean.
And I thank Director Farmer as well. And I did some math too. And the next higher bid was 1.43 times the Grace bid. The next one above that was 1.71 times. The next one above that was 2.4 times the bid. And the upper bid was 3.6 times the bid. So there's a big difference in the cost, and we are responsible for the ratepayers' money and to do what is the best for the community.
Are there any other comments from the board? No? Let's do public comment then.
Christina Galloway.
Okay, let's start with the people who are here. I'm sorry. Yes, I have a slip for Ms. Heinrichs.
Good morning, Christine Heinrichs in Cambria. I'm a little surprised to hear this discussion not mentioning at all that the contractor who has this low bid has in fact been convicted of violations of the public trust in our neighboring community, San Simeon, to the extent that he is legally barred by the court from ever working there again. And I would think that that would be an important consideration in whether Cambria is eager to hire this person. Before approving this contract, please review the project itself and consider whether hiring a contractor is the best way to complete installing the water meter connections. District employees have installed about 150. They've learned a lot. How could this process still be handled in-house? Could temporary employees be hired to do it? For more than $200,000, perhaps another employee could be hired. What are we paying water department employees? The bidding process, which apparently did not open the bids at a public meeting, which is a violation itself, is confused and incomplete. The recommendation to accept the bid of a contractor whose past malfeasance has resulted in his being fined as well as barred from working in San Simeon is just unacceptable. I'm surprised I have to explain this. The argument that the district is required to accept the lowest bid is misleading. The district is required to accept the lowest responsible bid. It's clear that GES is not a responsible bidder. Here's your own district policy, number 2135, Section 1.12, ethical conduct in procurement. Ethical conduct in managing the CCSD's procurement activities is essential. Staff must always be mindful that they represent the district and the board of directors and share a professional trust with other staff and the public. How does this conform with hiring this person who's already violated the public trust? When you hire a contractor, you add the cost of the contractor's overhead and his profit. If the district will be supervising, especially if additional quality control is required because this person is already an offender, how much advantage will contracting this work out be? I ask the board to reject all the bids today and request that General Manager McElhaney review all options for completing this project and revisit the decision to hire a contractor for this work with the R&I committee. If the committee decides that hiring a contractor is the best way to get this job done, then train the staff to conduct the bidding process and bring responsible bids to the board for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Christina
And Amy-
Galloway?
Oh, I think we have
Oh.
one more. Yes, please, Mr. Henricks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to extend some comments about the evaluation. Jim is correct. No one ever makes a mistake on a bid, so they were thrown out without asking clarifications, although they did have the contract to be completed 24. So obviously they're late already. So I think that's a terrible evaluation to, even though he was number 2 bidder, to not really go into details and talk with people if there is an oversight. So McElhaney obviously has its choice made up to start with. So the thing is that they're looking at is, as you mentioned, 3,500 of them to be done. And he says it takes roughly 15 minutes. So that's doing the work, but they have to get between stations. And if you're looking at the days, Monday through Friday, it's 129 days. So they have to do 28 per day to accomplish this task. And that's the question of how many people does it take per box to do this? Is it a one-man person for 15 minutes or 2 persons? And then you got travel time for going to and from the job. If it's a Tascadero, let's be locally with one man doing this, it's going to be very difficult to make it by the due date, August 1st. So there is a $200 per day calendar day penalty, which is really great, except there is a waiver that McElhaney can later decide that, well, we don't anticipate that the extra work required to dig out the boxes and whatever was included in their timing to get this accomplished, and the time between meters to do it, the documentation to get it done. So there's a lot of things in this evaluation that were not evaluated to really define that the bid at $62 is the correct amount, whereas Karen has suggested that with a higher of 7 times larger, 1.7 times more bid is including more details that he has not included because his men are already there with the equipment and they probably don't take a stopwatch and average it out. So based on that, I think that the other thing would be for all the parts available for 3,500 of them being done, or we still have parts on order that we've just got a warehouse full of 3,500 point units right now. But we're going to say, oh, I'm sorry, we didn't get those to you, so let's extend your contract and we can get no problem. We'll even amend it so you can charge more later. Because what you find in low bids a lot of times is change orders is what is the big thing. And so if you don't anticipate that portion, you have a problem of evaluating the low bid because the second low bidder has maybe included these things that have not been evaluated. So it's sort of unclear that we should take these bids and not have the R&I committee actually review the contract conditions.
Thank you,
you.
Mr. Heinrichs. Oh, yes, Mr. Anderson.
Well, hello again. I would just like to reinforce what Christine and her husband just talked about. In my experience, when there's a big disparity in bids, there's a reason. Usually pretty good reasons. So to me, I would definitely want to look at the second bid and the first bid and see why the disparity, because it ties in with my second point, which is if it's a fixed bid, fixed price contract, that's one thing. If he guarantees I will do this work for $60 or $65 and not a penny more, unless you initiate a change order, then I'd say you've got a pretty solid deal. But if there's an open end for him to upwardly adjust his pricing, and he's the low bidder by a significant amount, I would just proceed with caution. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Any other public? Oh, yes, we do have one
Yes.
online. Thank you.
Hi, Christina Galloway from Cambria. I think Scott is reading my diary, so I would just have to agree with that. I think, like, obviously, my hope would be that we could all agree that this isn't like the most responsible bidder, but that there's a responsibility to keep costs low. But if you guys are going to move forward with this, then I think that you have to take that responsibility seriously and keep costs low. And this is a time and materials bid. So yeah, I would proceed with caution and see if there's some sort of cap that you can put on it. Otherwise, like, then we're doing business with someone who's known to be somewhat irresponsible or unethical to some extent, and for what? So just think that's like a slippery slope to go down. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Galloway. So I think what I have are directors who would like to say something. So Director Gray?
It's a question actually
Oh.
to follow up on the public comment. The question of whether this is a fixed price contract. Does somebody on staff clarify that?
Yes, it is a fixed
Yes.
price contract.
In other words, the bidder can't unilaterally add costs or change orders.
No. Thank you, Director Gray. Director Farmer?
Thank you, President Scott. In the discussion that I had yesterday with Mr. Orlana, we talked about some of the information that has been put out in the media with regard to Mr. Grace. From my sense of what Mr. Orlana told me, some of the information that's been put out, and I'm making this statement myself, as opposed to Steve saying this. Mr. Grace has probably done some things that he wishes he hadn't done. Just like we all do in life. But to the degree that he's been, I hesitate to say the word, like vilified or called out by the district attorney or other folks. From the conversation that Mr. Orlana and I had, some of these accusations are not accurate. I also want to remind folks that Mr. Grace will not be doing this job. And Mr. Orlana, who has experience in doing this work, and as I said earlier, lives here in Cambria, is raising his family here. There's no transportation time to speak of. And I'll just go out on a limb and say, I have total faith in this process being done by an honest person, a hardworking individual. And I think that's the most important thing to be considering.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Director Farmer. Yes, Director.
So
Dean.
do we have all the endpoints in stock?
Yeah, we stated that last Board of Directors meeting that we had received everything
That's-
necessary to complete these installs.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to confirm that. And also, the contractors that were making bids on this project came to the district and watched a demonstration on how this project was done. How the endpoint was
Correct.
installed.
It was interactive at that time. We actually put some of the contractors in, let them handle it to see how difficult it was and so forth. So yeah, it was a very interactive process.
So these contractors that bid on this understood what was involved and how long it would take.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm still surprised at all the difference in the amount of the bids based on the fact that they did have that experience of working on this with our staff. So do we need to have district council make any comments about what the public has commented?
I don't know. That's up to him. Mr. Hirsch, did you want to make any comment related to what we've heard from the public?
I think the general manager in his comments captured the essence of what's involved, and that is that generally projects are required to be awarded to the lowest responsible bidder, and to award to other than the low bidder and deem a contractor as not responsible. Not responsive is a different aspect of it, but not responsible, has procedures that we would have to follow, evidence that we would have to generate, a hearing process, due process that's based on a California Supreme Court case, the City of Inglewood case from 1972. Bottom line is that we are required generally to award to the low bidder, lowest responsible bidder.
Thank you, Mr. Hirsch. Yes, Vice President Thomas?
Yeah, thank you, Director Scott. And just going through a few things. And this will probably be an easy question to answer, but the nature of this work, specifically this type of register endpoint on this type of meter. I mean, how many other districts have done exactly this scope of work?
In our county, statewide, I mean.
And it strikes me this is a very unique job. Is that correct?
Not at all. This is going on at Paso right now with their 10,000 services they have. So we have AMI. I don't think they use Badger, but they used the Neptune in Los Osos, and Nipomo is also in the middle of an AMI project, and I believe they're using Badger. So yeah, that's about half the municipalities in the county right now are probably engaging in or have started AMI.
Okay, and amongst the the contractors who showed up, I mean, how were these folks having done this scope of work for others already?
I'd say about half of the contractors that bid on this have performed these installation services for other municipalities.
Okay. And in the case of Mr. Orellana, do you know, are the Grace Environmental Services?
Mr. Oriana has performed meter replacements, not a full AMI upgrade as we have, but the operations of Grace Industries in San Simeon was very solid.
Okay.
So
those are the qualifications.
Other portions of that could be questioned, but their operations there at their wastewater and water plants were solid operations and very trustworthy. He's a very experienced operator who's been certified for over 10 years.
Thank you. And the question that came up, just to confirm, this is not a time and materials contract. This is a unit price lump sum contract.
Fixed unit price. We're supplying all materials.
The concept, a couple other concepts that came up, why you're not choosing to do a temporary hire, and I'm quite confident you've thought through that process. In other words, why did you contract out versus staff up to do it?
Correct. Yeah. So first of all, you have to have certified operators. Temporary certified operators are not easy to find. FRM supplies them, and an operator runs about $3,500 a day for one operator. So
All
that
right.
absolutely did not pencil out.
Thank you. And then the other challenge about the opening of the bids. There was some challenge to the legality of the process of opening the bids. And you know, we've had a lot of RFPs, a lot of bids. You know, we haven't as a board sat and watched, but what is the process for the opening of the bids?
So it's an open bid. It's the same process that we've done for the several projects that we've already have engaged in over the last year and a half. The contractors that are bid are there. We have a drop dead date, usually about 9 or 10 o'clock. They're all there and present, and we open the bids in public in front of them.
Yeah. And I recall when I've seen on the website, RFP and the bid opening, those dates are published on the website, and anyone can walk in and that wants to, correct?
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, that's my observation as well.
Mhm.
All right, thank you. Those are my questions. I just wanted to clarify because questions had come up challenging those, and just wanted to hear from that.
No other? Okay, is there any further public comment at this point?
No.
No, and not internally. Okay. Yes,
I'd like to make a motion.
please.
Thank you. Okay. I move that this board approve accepting the low bid by and approval of a public works contract with Grace Environmental Services, Inc. for the water meter register replacement and advanced metering infrastructure upgrade project, and authorization for the general manager to execute the contract.
And I'll certainly second that. And I didn't move quick enough to actually make this a motion. So thank you. Thank you, Director Gray.
Thank you.
Roll call.
Director Gray,
Aye.
Director Farmer,
Aye.
Director Dean,
Aye.
Vice President Thomas.
Aye.
President Scott.
No. Okay, so let's have a break. Can we go ahead and have our break that is for lunch at this point? Okay, so let's come back at 12:30. That makes sense? Okay, thank you very much. So we are adjourned. We're taking a break until 12:30. Thank you.
Um, yeah.
Yes, he's there.
Yeah. Could I beg the indulgence of the chair just to make one comment related to item 7A? I think it's 7A. Oh, no, 7, it's the ad hoc committees. I've neglected when we talked about the emergency fire evacuation ad hoc committee to mention or commend Director Dean on her hard work, service, and patience, with that project. It's been a long haul, and she's, contributed enormously to it. And we're just going to try to follow up on the work that she helped me do and me and David do on that committee. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. And let's then resume to regular business. This is agenda item 7G. And this is the discussion about resolution 05-2025. And Mr. McElhaney, will you please present this agenda item?
Thank you, President Scott. Agenda item 7G, discussion consideration of adoption of resolution 05-2025, exercising its option to extend the Mission Country Disposal Franchise Agreement. We currently have that agreement in effect, and we've done a few extensions over the years. And our current extension is set to expire May 31st, 2025. It's recommended the board discuss and consider approval of the attached resolution for the franchise agreement, and discuss whether or not we want to extend that for 1, 2, 3 years and such. Additionally, we will be having another resolution come before the board approximately in June that will discuss adopting the new rate methodology as well.
Okay. So this is not adopting any rate or anything. This is just the option for the franchise agreement. And I just want to make that very clear.
That is correct.
Okay.
So-
Yes.
So this is an agreement to continue the contract, to continue using Mission Country Disposals, waste disposal services, and has nothing to do with franchise fees.
That is correct, Director Dean.
That's a question.
Yes. Board Member Gray.
Thank you. Yeah, another question on the options of 1, 2, or 3 years. What are these? Are we, when we extend the franchise agreement for 3 years, are we giving up something, some flexibility that we would have if we just did it for 1 year? And what are the consequences of that? Maybe.
I don't believe there's any consequences to it other than we would be revisiting it. And we do have Jeff Claren from Mission Country Disposal on Zoom if you wanted to.
Yeah, I guess to clarify, my question is, do we want, if we do it for only 1 year, does it reopen all the things, the rate structure and all those agreements we have in place right now, or we're putting before the public for approval right now, or does, what are the effects of that?
Mr. Claren. Do we have him?
Up there, but
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
yes.
Yeah, hold on one second. Yeah, the 1, 2, or 3 year option is an option. If you remember right back in 2000, I think it was 16 or 14, we went back to the board for an extension, and that didn't occur. That was because of the digester. So this meeting for today is to see if we extend it 1, 2, or 3 years. And really, there's no, it's going to be up to the board to decide. And really, there's nothing that with the Prop 218 that's coming up in a couple weeks, there's no change whether it's a 1, 2, or 3 years for us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Of course, we would like the 3 years.
Yeah. Any other board members?
I guess I'll just follow up. It's not a question, but also maybe, as I understand it, if we wanted to change franchisees or change services, the one thing, if we had to opt for 1 year, we could do that after 1 year. If we opt for 3 years, we have to wait for 3 years if we want to change. And I'm not saying we should. Is that correct?
Mr. Claren?
Mr. Claren, yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry. that'd be up to the board's option. I mean, that we would love to be your service provider, but I mean, if the board chooses to go to an RFP, that's going to be on the board's decision.
Mr. Clarn, would it affect if we sign the contract for 3 years?
Oh, if you sign the contract for 3 years, if you wanted to prepare something, I believe I have to look at the notice, but I think there's an option there where if there's a mutual agreement that you could probably terminate before 3 years. I have not read that in detail yet. Maybe Mr. Hirsch, if he's looked at the agreement.
I actually have not had an opportunity to review it recently. Mr. Carmel may have. I'm just pinch hitting for since he's ill today.
I mean,
Well, there is a caveat that you can give notice and suspend or end the contract, right?
I'm gonna try to pull it up.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's section 3.3 option to extend. In our staff report, I want to make sure that it's on, we have the ability to, if we have a mutual agreement or just us, we have the ability to reopen it.
And we looked and met with Mr. Carmel trying to find that section 3.3 and weren't able to get it into the staff report. And so we are trying to locate it, but haven't been successful.
Yes.
Okay, I would like to point out that Director Gray and I spent significant time working with Mission Country Disposal to get that 40% discount on the solid waste rates for our low-income people who qualify for CARES and for our wastewater service discount. And if we choose to not continue with Mission Country Disposal, we lose that discount for our low-income people, and I do not believe that we have the funds to continue providing that discount on our own. So just something to think about there. I think it would be very difficult to get the same arrangement with another waste disposal company. And not only that, I think the majority of the other waste disposal companies here in this county also belong to the Waste Management Authority, and their rates would probably be even higher than what we've got now.
But we're only looking at the agreement for the franchise, right? The contract for the agreement, yeah, disposal franchise agreement. Okay. Any other?
President Scott, I would just wanted to follow up, if
Yes.
the board wants to just look at a 1-year contract, it's fairly easy to bring back another extension. So it's not difficult. So if that's something that the board like to discuss,
Okay.
we can do any one of these terms, but if they're more comfortable with a 1-year agreement, it's just as easy to come back in a year and do this again.
Okay. Director Gray.
Yeah, the reason I asked that question about the 1 year versus 3 years is there are people, I hear from members of the public who I personally not sure if there's any better deal we could get. I don't think it is, but I want to make sure that if there are alternative suppliers, alternative potential franchisees who would be able to give competitive bids for the service, including what Director Dean is talking about, the 40% discount for the people on the CARES program. We should be able to look into that maybe over the coming year and then come back with a decision. Then, of course, we could resume, have a 2-year or whatever extension of the franchise at that point. That's the only concern I had about going for 3 years.
Yeah. Anything else from the board members? We have public comment on this?
No.
Okay. Any further discussion? Do I have a motion?
I can put it out there. I move that we adopt resolution 052025, exercising our option to extend the Mission Country Disposal Franchise Agreement by 1 year.
I'll second.
Okay. Roll call?
Director Gray.
Aye.
Vice President Thomas.
Aye.
Director Dean.
Aye.
Director Farmer.
Aye.
President Scott.
Aye. Okay, great. Let's go to agenda item 7H then. This is the outdoor lighting policy number 2230. And this policy came out of the policy committee at its last meeting. There was a request for one of the more involved members of the policy committee to be here, but she is not able to be here right now. So if you have any questions about this policy, I'd be more than happy to answer those questions. Thank you. Yes, Vice President Thomas.
And yeah, thank you, President Scott. Is this the time for me to make suggestions?
Sure.
All right. And first, I'm so excited to see this. On those rare occasions when I walk out at night, I really want to see the stars, and I want the owls and the other nocturnal animals to have every advantage we can give them, and have the lights down. So this is great. Just a couple of corrections that I would suggest, and basically it's to eliminate the limitations. On page 373, item 2, lighting shall avoid or mitigate. Under B, lighting shall avoid or mitigate sky glow. Lighting that brightens the night sky. I would recommend period. We don't need to reference uninhabited animal areas. I mean, in many ways, let's not create a loophole subject to interpretation, because the wildlife will appreciate if we reduce sky glow everywhere within our area of influence. 374, under number 4, policies and procedures. Similarly, I would recommend it read, uplighting is prohibited, period. Let's not qualify it to certain areas. Uplighting is prohibited, period, within the CCSD boundaries. Why would we eliminate it only in these areas? Those are my suggestions. And then I do have a question about the first exception. Scratching my head, decorative lighting does not follow CCSD lighting standards. Like, are we exempting anyone? What's going on there? I don't understand that exception.
Because they're not part of CCSD.
Right.
Yeah.
And so it shouldn't be in our policy if it's not. I mean, because this policy is limited only to CCSD lights that, think lighting fixtures that we have within our control or influence.
Yes.
So I don't understand that. And perhaps it should be deleted, but unless someone can explain the rationale.
No, I think it was just to clarify further for the public. Yeah. Hey. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Also,
Director
just to
Gray.
follow up on some suggestions or questions. Yeah, I agree with that. The uplighting prohibition, and it is important to note this does not impact non-CCSD lighting. This is why decorative lighting, I assume what was meant there with decorative lighting is like Christmas lights.
Yeah.
And seasonal, I was going to say, temporary decorative lighting, but it's actually better just to not touch it because we don't do any decorative lighting. So I had a couple small corrections basically corrections. In section 3 under lighting, lighting shall, section C, I'm not sure what equitable lighting, equitable means there. I would just say energy efficient, because I'm not sure what the term is in this context is very vague. And also on 4B, preservation of night skies and enhancement of rural character, because wilderness is a bit extreme for describing an area that is developed.
Tell me again where that
Oh,
is.
that's 4B.
Okay.
Rural character, I think, is that term was used above. I would add rural rather than wilderness, as wilderness, yeah. And I just have a question on those illustrations. What are they tied to? The figure 9, about the overhead lighting, what are they tied to on the policy principles? I don't see the reference to them and what section they're about. I mean, I understand what they're saying, and it's good, but we don't have a provision in there, and it probably should be under 3, or it should be 2. Light trespass, light falling where it is not intended or needed. See figure 9 and figure 10 or something like
Well,
that.
we should probably take off figure 9 because it
Because
would
there's no
be,
way, yeah,
it would be
not
figure 1 and 2.
right,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, because there's no 8 through
Right.
1 through 8 figures. Figures 1 and 2.
Okay.
As an that I believe is what is referred to by light trespass, unless somebody else can give me the technical correction on that. Yeah.
That would be a good reference.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I saw that. That's all I have.
Okay. Where's the light trespass?
Oh, that's 2C.
Okay.
Or light, and again, light falling, maybe it's one little extra thing there. Light, not just falling, but extending. There is being too high or too,
Extending?
like going up or out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. You have anything else?
Nope.
Okay.
I don't, thank you.
Yes, Director Farmer.
Thank you. Thank you, President Scott. This isn't a criticism at all of Vice President Thomas, but he was talking about 2B, sky glow, lighting that brightens the night sky and removing, inhabited areas. We, as this self-important species that walks on 2 legs, we forget that the area that's inhabited in this entire community is by animals, all various animals. And I just wanted to point that out. So they'd probably say, hey, well, we inhabit this place too, and we were here before you. So I just wanted to throw that out.
Yeah. Yeah. Any other comments from the board?
I guess. I'm sorry, but there's one other, it's just a placement of something a little differently. Now that we only have one exception
Right.
listed, I would just put that sentence right at the end of the first paragraph. This policy only relates to streetlights and lights at other facilities under the CC's jurisdiction, period. Replacement of existing light sources shall be addressed based on budgetary constraints.
Okay.
Yeah, just to simplify.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
I just want to thank the policy committee for all of their hard work on this, and I think it's a very good policy. It was very much needed, and I agree with all the amendments that have been suggested so far.
Thank you very
So
much.
thank you.
And have you gotten all those amendments?
I hope.
Okay.
I don't,
Well, whoever makes the motion,
I can listen.
don't do it yet. First, I have to do public comment. Do I have any public comment? Yes. Mr. Heinrichs, since you were part of the policy committee, please come up and give us your comments.
Thank you, President. I've been a member for 5 years. I was very happy to end on our final meeting to have this opportunity to move forward this lighting that we were trying to put through for several years. And the first rejections were it's going to cost more and all this. So it finally got settled here, and we think we came up with a good move, just like Karen is suggesting, to make sense, and it'll save the CCSD money, and I approve of the changes made and clarifications.
Thank you so much, Mr. Heinrichs. Mr. Dudzik.
I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who's participated in this process over this long period of time. And I think it's a fabulous policy, and I'm excited to see it being put in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything online?
No.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Sure.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make the motion that the board approve the CCSD outdoor lighting policy number 2230.
And I'm going to list the edits. Is that okay with you?
Of course.
Okay. So the first one is to put the very last sentence in the policy, number 2, as the last sentence in the purpose paragraph. Down at the bottom. Exception number 2 is going to be moved to the last sentence in the purpose paragraph. Then under 2C,
No.
oh,
2B, right.
2B, strike in inhabited areas at the end, even though animals do inhabit our areas. Number 2C is change the word falling to extending. And after that, put in parentheses, figures 1 and 2.
Or C figures 1 and 2.
C figures 1 and 2.
And 1, I think, is what you want. I don't know if that's specified, but figure 1 seems to be what you want. Depends.
Yeah.
It depends, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. In 3C, strike and equitable lighting, because we don't really know what that means.
Just and
And equitable.
Oh, and equitable.
And equitable.
Efficient and equitable. Okay. And then under 4B, where it says wilderness, change that to rural. And then for the figures, label them figure 1 and figure 2. And then under policies and procedures, number 4 should read uplighting is prohibited and striking in business districts and residential areas. And leave,
Yeah. I said it right.
and then leave the rest of it.
Delete.
I think.
Oh, delete everything?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, everything.
Yeah,
Well-
without limitations.
Okay.
Uplighting's prohibited.
Without limitations. Okay, and then you have what we've changed under exceptions. All right, does that sound?
No exceptions.
And there will be no exceptions.
Let's
Okay,
just delete that category.
okay.
President Scott, just to rewind on lighting shall under C, reduce district expenses through the use of energy efficient and was that inequitable, equitable?
You know
Energy
what?
efficient lighting.
Yeah, energy efficient lighting.
Just get rid of and
Energy
equitable.
efficient lighting.
Yeah, get rid of and
Right,
equitable. Okay. Thank you for letting me do that.
Well, since I wouldn't have been capable of doing that because I didn't make those notes, or at least not completely. So thank you. And if I could just say one more thing, I realized this was a policy effort by everyone on the policy committee and the policy committee, as we know, often was like the stepchild, so to speak, of finance and pros and R&I. I just want to make a comment with regard to Claudia Harmon, since this is really something that she has really pushed. And that's not to dismiss the contributions that everybody else made on the policy committee, but my hat's off to Claudia for really caring about the well-being of this community in this particular area as well as others. So
Yes,
There
thank
you
you, Ms. Worthen. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Hmm.
Let's do a roll call.
Director Farmer,
aye.
Vice President Thomas.
Aye.
Director Dean.
Aye.
Director Gray.
Aye.
President Scott.
Aye. Now, I'm wondering, I guess the best thing to do would be, should we go back to the consent agenda? Okay. Let's go ahead. We're going backwards. So we'll go to the consent agenda. Yes, Director Farmer.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have made this comment 30 seconds ago. Concerns that people have voiced on social media and so forth is, well, what lighting is the district responsible for, what lighting is the county responsible for. Now, while that doesn't necessarily pertain to this particular item, well, it kind of does because it's just covering CCSD lights. So perhaps in some fashion or another, the district can make it more somehow inform the public as to what lights we are responsible for and not responsible for, since people are frequently complaining, well, it's here on Main Street, this light isn't working and it's dangerous, that type of thing. And of course, we're going to get blamed for things that we're not responsible for, just on the face of it. So I just thought I'd bring that up.
Okay, thank you. So have you received that direction?
I received.
Okay.
I'll put that in the GM letter this Friday.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So we have not yet had the sheriff's report, the fire
No.
chief's report, and the management reports. Are we doing the consent agenda before those
Yes,
things? Okay.
Yes, yes. Okay. Anything else, or is there anything that you would like to pull from the consent agenda?
Hi.
Yes.
If we could, I'd like to pull 6E procurement policy and 6G, the CIP list format.
Okay,
I would also, excuse me. I'd like to. Pardon me, I'd like to not necessarily pull item 6E, but I'd like, well,
I've already pulled 6E. I've already
Oh, you
requested
did
to
say,
pull
Yeah.
6E.
oh, 6F, I'm sorry, 6F.
that's gonna
haven't-
be pulled.
Pardon me,
6F is being pulled.
it is being pulled.
Yeah.
Didn't be pulled
Okay,
yet.
so obviously,
Oh, it
Yeah, pulled
hasn't
it.
been,
Hasn't
huh?
been pulled yet.
okay, so perhaps, just go ahead and pull that
Okay.
as opposed to me making a comment here.
Okay,
And I'd also like to make a couple of quick comments on the expenditure report after,
Of course.
I think Director Dean wants to say something also.
yes, Director Dean.
No, I'm just confused. Director Thomas, which agenda item did you pull?
Echo and golf. 6E procurement policy. 6G CIP list format.
And so Director Farmer's pulling 6F. Is that what you're pulling, Director Farmer?
See,
Did you say C or did you say yes?
I said yes.
That's,
I'm being bilingual, just a petite moment.
Okay, all right, anything else?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm not want to pull, I don't want to pull anything, but on,
Okay.
I wanted to suggest a couple of small corrections on 6H, which is the letter to SLOCOG about the Sustainable Transportation Planning Grant.
And was that was on the amended agenda? Did you read the new one? Because I did make several changes.
Because did you get the, did you get the we?
Yes,
They all should all be plural.
yes.
Because there's two people signing.
Yep.
I spotted them and I probably have, if you corrected them, that's what I.
Well, I don't know. There
Well,
may,
I'll tell you what I saw.
Okay.
And hope it's corrected. In the first paragraph, on behalf of CCSD, I am pleased should be we are. And then beginning of the, let's see, in the final paragraph, thank you for considering SLOCOG's application. We hope, not I hope. Those are the
Right.
two I saw.
Right.
Those have been corrected fine.
yes, thank you. Yes.
So we don't need to pull it.
But we didn't pull it. No.
Got it.
Thanks.
Anything else? You have your light on.
Oh.
No? All right.
I want to quickly just make 3 or 4 observations on the expenditure report.
Okay.
Can I do that?
Yes, and this is agenda item
6A.
6A.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. So first off, I want to bring up the good news down here at the bottom of page 55. Monthly rent at the new Main Street office, $1,952, which I believe is about $800 less than what was being paid over on Thompson, and the people are much happier. So I think it's a win-win that I thought needed to be pointed out. Also on page 56 here. Never mind, ignore that one. On page 59, under county planning, at the bottom here, the second and third items where it says county planning pros, under pros, grading permitting for skate park project, and then pros, building permitting for skate park project. That probably shouldn't be pros. I mean, they're a committee, not necessarily. It's probably more like facilities and resources, no?
You want me to jump in, Ms. Fritz? It's a coding.
Yeah.
It's just a coding error, but it does come out of facility.
Right.
Okay.
It's not that important. It was just kind of confusing. Also confusing is the fact that we have to pay county planning almost $9,000 to get these permits. It's like, I hesitate to observe this because if anybody in county planning hears me say this, they're going to say, let's get that guy. But, it's the Department of Planning and Building and Revenue Collecting. So I just thought I'd throw that in there.
Director Farmer, we also
Sorry.
received fee waivers for that project, around $9,000 as well.
Oh, cool.
So that, yeah. we
So
wanna
I should
double that.
actually compliment
Yes,
the planning
yes,
department.
yes.
All right,
We
well,
submitted a fee waiver request in April and that was granted by August. So yeah, that's actually half the
Nice.
cost of permitting.
well, Mr. Green, thank you so much for giving 2 thumbs up to the planning committee and slightly bailing me out. And one more thing on page 60. In the middle there, State Water Resources Control Board, the first item under WRF EWS Waste Discharge System, $28,000. I'm assuming this is for some type of permit. So if
That's
So,
our NPDES, our National Pollutant Discharge System. So that's our discharge to land fee. So that's just an annual fee for that. Whether we're operating or not.
okay, yeah, that was my concern, that we're paying this fee for a facility that isn't operating. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Farmer. Yes, Vice President.
Thank you, President Scott. And sort of like it's a byline, may I request that as we go through these sort of in order so everyone can turn pages more easily? So I just wanted to jump in following Director Farmer
Okay.
on the expenditure report.
Okay,
And then I'll come back later for the next item.
okay.
But I wanted to flag on the comment that
Page.
Director Farmer was on page 60. The State Water Resources Control Board, we have a total of 96,000. And just looking back at last year, a couple of the small ones went up 1.5% from last year. The very last one, the line that reads 31,405, that's up 12%, 12.7% over last year. And these 2 big ones, the Whoppers, 28,205, those are both up 5%. Just worth pointing out that we have no control over those amounts, and just worth stating that because costs are going up and our revenues are not going up at that same pace.
Director Thomas, State Water Resources Control Board back in January of 2024 introduced a 5% increase for their permitting fees pertaining to certain elements and metrics I can get into later. And that $31,000 fee right there, that is a considerable increase. So, yeah.
Yeah, Whopper.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, Director Farmer.
Yes, so let me inquire of Mr. Green, and he might not be able to answer this, but how does the State Water Quality Control Board justify these increases? I mean, what's going on at their end that's required? Do you have any idea?
They're attributing it to the cost creep of administration and administration response to permits. And that's basically a broad brush that just said they haven't raised rates in over 5 years. And so this is kind of they're attributing it to that. So it's just a cost for an administrative execution, I guess.
Okay, as in Salary increases?
Just the overall cost of, producing documents and response and labor.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You bet.
Is consent agenda?
Yes. Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
So 6B on the minutes.
Just a minute. Does anybody have anything else on the expense report? Okay, good. Go right ahead.
Thank you,
Mhm.
President Scott. Page 70, item 3, board member communications, where it says, that I stated it was exciting to see ground broken, yada, yada, and the loop trail halfway dug. I didn't use the word dug, and we probably shouldn't. We're not inferring that excavation occurred that might require a permit. I would replace dug with improved with wood chips. Because what facilities and resources actually did was, simply improve the loop trail with wood chips.
Okay, so what would the wording be?
So it would read, and the loop trail halfway improved with wood chips.
Yes, Director Gray. Oh, yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda items 6A, 6B, 6C, 6D, and 6H.
I think we need to do public comment first.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Do we have any public comment on the consent agenda?
No.
Yes,
I'll move it. No.
that's right. 6F.
Yeah, these are the
And
ones, only the
those are
ones that are
being-
not pulled.
yeah,
The
these are
5 are
gonna
not
be-
pulled. So it's A, B, C, D, and H.
Okay. A, B, C, D, and H. Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Go ahead and do roll call.
Director Gray?
Aye.
Director Dean?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
Vice President Thomas?
Aye.
President Scott?
Aye. Okay, so then since we pulled them, let's go ahead and do 6E. Consideration of approval of the procurement policies and procedures policy 2135.
Thank you, President Scott. Agenda item 6C, consideration of approval of the procurement policies and procedures, policy number 2135. No fiscal impact associated with the item. On November 24th, 2024, the Board of Directors met and adopted the procurement policies and procedures. During this meeting, the board requested the policy be returned and revised section 5.3 to adjust the informal bidding process, and that has been incorporated into the policy. It should be noted that AB 2192 amends the public contracting code sections 22034D effective January 1st, 2025 to increase the threshold for informal bids from 200,000 to 220,000 and up from 235,000 if it's determined by the board a 4/5 vote that the cost estimate was reasonable. And with that, I'll turn it over to the board for discussion.
Okay, any discussion? Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Thank you, President Scott. And the only reasons I pulled this, very minor, the first item, I've got 2 items, but on page 151, page 8 of the policy, in the table C, Public Works, we have an overlap of the numbers, very minor, but I thought we sent it back for correction there. So the middle row is anything over 75,000 up to 220,000. And the next one, in several other references on the prior page, for example, where it says 50,000 plus, that means equal to or exceeds 50,000. And here, so you would have, if it's exactly 220, it's in both of those rows. So I would recommend that we use on page 151 the same wording as we had on the prior page, and that is that 220 plus means equal to or greater than 220, and in the center row it would be less than 220. Just can't have the same number in both rows. Yeah.
Mhm.
And my other comment is potentially larger. We had a lot of useful conversation about the process for qualifying contractors. How is it that it's determined to whom RFPs are issued to? And I was looking at page 157, like 4.3 qualifications. Would it not be useful to have some sentence or paragraph in here describing the district approach to determining to whom contracts are sent for RFP? So that would be a potential for an addition. And if we're, so that would be my recommendation.
Okay. Yes, Director Bray.
Thank you, President Scott. Of course, that 4.3, just to note, is only for professional services contracts, not for projects, which is most of our contracting is for. So it's
to be a separate.
It's a separate standard. Yes, separate standard. I just wanted to also be clear on what the correction of the dollar amount chart is. I was trying to, is it, and I'm talking about the chart on page 151. Is that you change the 220,000 in the third row to 220,001, or just explain again how that
Sure.
works?
Yeah, let's look at the prior page. The bottom of the page where it says 50,000 plus. The words read, if amount is equal to or exceeds $50,000. That's precisely clear.
Yes.
And it distinguishes from the middle row, which says 25 to 499, 49,989. So you can tell there's no overlap on that table. On the next page, 220 is in both rows.
So to make it consistent, maybe this helps a little bit. The first row should say, because we did a correction there for the new standards, should say 0 to 74,999, and then the next row should say 75,000 to 220. Sorry, to 219,999.
Right.
And then the next one should stay as it is.
Yes.
Exactly.
Got that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
To be consistent.
Well clarified.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anything else on this agenda item from the board? Okay. Let's go ahead and take public comment on this. Do we have any public comment on Gordon? Yes, please, Mr. Heinrichs. Sorry. To be casual.
Well, thank you for removing this off the agenda for separate comments, and appreciate Michael's comments should make few changes. The biggest change is I don't think the policy committee had really agreed with the increase in the number of dollars. It wasn't necessary for any reason notable except for having more flexibility with the general manager to increase these amounts. And then the other comment is, when you talk about formal bids, which this last contract was under, and the informal bids is being increased, fortunately, it's just increased it just to make this work, but it refers to Public Contract Code 22032B. This is 5.4, formal bidding procedures. And there is a brief comment online on that section, and it also refers to a 22032C, which applies to bids that are public, but it does not show the C. It would be very helpful if they're going to have contacts with other things, that these should be described what they are, not just say, just refer to them, because that is not very helpful. And that way we know what you're really trying to accomplish in these contract codes.
What page are you
Page
talking about?
159. It's the
159.
bottom, well, it's top of 159 at the bottom of 158, 5.4, formal bidding procedures.
So you would say, actually put the whole code in there?
Well, there isn't much online to say what that code is. I went to, and it's not shown that I could find in the CCSD section, which it should be listed there if you're referring this for reference. Because I was trying to pull up the fact that these bids should have been publicly publicized for this last bid with a notice to the board of directors and people to be in attendance and not on a contract, which nobody's going to read because those only go to contractors. So that's one of my major comments. And the other was all the rates in this were not agreeable with the policy committee. They were all actually looking at lower amounts. We're having the general manager have control over all these numbers. So obviously you're not going to change those, but you could include these areas that have information that is not available somewhere. Somebody has this section C, I guess. I looked at it tried it carefully, but that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heinrichs. So, Mr. McElhaney, do you have a sense of why that would not be available on the website? On the bottom of page 158?
On our website or just in general?
Well, it would need to be on the public contract code.
It's definitely out there. I mean, I
Okay.
could do some research
Yeah.
on my computer now and probably locate it.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
then follow up.
the district adopts the uniform public cost accounting procedures. And those are the statutes that are referenced when it comes to the informal, formal bidding thresholds and so on. The dollar amounts, the 75,000, the 220,000 and so on. In addition, the statute, just to comment a little bit about the issue of qualified lists of contractors and so on. I was just looking at two things. One, 22.034 of the Public Contract Code provides that when you adopt those procedures, that you have a couple of options. One is to maintain a list of qualified contractors, goes on to talk about categories and things like that. It's 22.034, or elect to mail notice to construction trade journals specified in section 22.036. In implementing this, the district has adopted, let's see if I can find it on my computer. When we adopted this process, we included language in the district code that references maintaining a list of qualified contractors, giving notice, things like that. So the policy really should be tracking what's in the statute and what's in the district code. It's chapter 1.06, informal bidding procedures under the Uniform Public Contract Cost Accounting Act. It's in the CCSD code. And there's a provision there about maintaining a list of contractors shall be developed, maintained in accordance with the provisions of Public Contract Code 22.034 and criteria promulgated from time to time by the California Uniform Cost Accounting Commission. So, I mean, there are provisions in our code and in the statutes that address some of these issues that are being discussed. And I'd have to go back to look at the policy again to figure all this out in terms of what the concern is beyond that. Doing this on the fly, looking at code sections.
You'll need to come up to the podium.
Thank you for the clarification. That's nice to know. But as he says, it's, you have to go look it up. He doesn't know what it is. I definitely don't know what it was. So it was very convenient if Mr. McElhaney can give me a copy of what he's relating to, and he knows what it says, and I'd be happy to agree with the codes as appropriate, but when it's not listed, I have nothing to go on but what I see and what we saw in the policy committee, we didn't have that reference either that was in that. So this came up sort of new that I'm aware of.
Okay.
So appreciate a copy of that or showing at least on our website.
Yeah, Mr. McElhaney will follow up with
Yep,
you.
thank you.
If he puts in a public records request, we'll
Oh,
give him that.
okay.
That's the process in which you can get
Okay.
that information.
Can you go ahead and do that, Mr. Heinrichs? Put in a public information request.
Okay, I had a couple of comments.
Okay.
I had a
Yes.
hopefully
Director
helpful
Gray.
comment on this issue. If there's any state code of any kind referred to, there are at least a couple sources I know of online where it has full text of all the state codes. I'm sorry. Leginfo, Leginfo, and Find Law, and Mr. Hirsch might know some more. These are easy sites to use. Leginfo is a state legislature site, so anybody can just put a number in and the code name, and you should get the language, current language of that provision.
There.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay.
So we'll go ahead and do that request and then you can get that information, Mr. Heinrichs. Okay. Any other public comment on this agenda item?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. Nope. Yes. Do we have a motion?
I move that we approve procurement policies and procedures, policy 2530, with the minor correction we have previously referenced and articulated on page 151 in the table. See Public Works. And further direct staff to consider whether it would be useful to articulate the process for determining who we send RFPs to as appropriate within this policy.
Any other comments? Yes, Director Gray?
Oh, no, I'm,
No. Any other comments?
So are we moving to have the general manager include that information in this policy?
That's what is being, that's the motion.
Well, my motion is to approve it with
Okay.
that one correction,
Okay, let's,
and then
okay,
further bring back to us when, at the appropriate time.
why don't we just do that as future agenda item? How's that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not part
Right.
of the consideration
Right.
we're looking at right now.
Right.
So anyway, I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, let's do the roll call.
Vice President Thomas.
Aye.
Director Dean.
Aye.
Director Farmer.
Aye.
Director Gray.
aye.
President Scott.
Aye.
May I make a comment? Me?
Yes.
I would like to thank the policy committee for their work on this as well. Thank you.
Yes, that what Mr. Heinrich said was true. But this is this was a project that many people had to weigh in on. So, yeah. All right. So let's go to agenda item 6F, which has been pulled from the consent agenda. This is consideration of approval of the grants policy number 2170. Mr. McElhaney.
Thank you, President Scott. Agenda item 6F, consideration of approval of the grants policy number 2170. There's no immediate fiscal impact associated with this item. The current grants policy requires that all grant applications to be submitted to the board of directors for approval before submission, specifically those that have matching funds. We, as a new leadership team, have really hit the ground running pretty hard to start looking actively for grants. And so what we're looking for in layman's terms is the ability that if we stumble upon a grant that has a short window for an application, there's so many grants out there that as we keep searching and as our grant writers search, there could be grants out there that require matching funds that have a shorter window to close than we would be able to bring forward to the board for approval. So we'd like to be able to apply for those grants that require matching funds ahead of board approval, with the caveat that the board has the ultimate decision on whether or not we accept that grant and are willing to match those funds. So it's staff's belief that we're not trying to subvert board authority or board power in the hunting of these grants. It just allows us in certain situations to apply for grants in which we've stumbled upon that have a shorter window of closure before we bring them to the board to ask to apply for the grants. As we know, we struggle resource-wise in this district in terms of revenue generating. And when we when I put out the Special Districts 101, we talked about all of our abilities to fund certain district operations. And one of them specifically is seeking grants. And so we're looking to have that flexibility in order to apply for a lot of these grants that have matching funds. But always they come back to the board for approval. So if we came back to the board on a grant that required matching funds and the board did not want to match those funds, then we would turn down the grant. We also would know pretty early into that grant process that if we were in the running for that grant or we've been excluded. And we always can bring updates to our R&I committees, fire protection committee, once it's established, because I'm sure we'll be seeking out plenty of grants there. The fire chief can speak to our FEMA grants that will pop up rather quickly and then have a short window to closure. So we like to get ahead of those things. And so that's why we're bringing it forward.
And I'd like to also mention that this was on the amended agenda, and so that there was a rewriting of the staff report for the amended agenda. Okay, any comments? No?
You mean from us?
From you?
All right, so with regard to what General Manager Michael Haney just said, in his wording where specifically those those which require matching funds and or let's say have a shorter window, maybe somehow that needs to be placed in this particular item. But what I was concerned about is about halfway through the first paragraph where it says, however, as the landscape of grant opportunities has evolved, which is kind of an incomplete statement or that kind of vague. So I'd like some specificity as to how has that landscape changed?
Thank you, Dr. Farmer. I think it's changed from the staff perspective in terms of our ability and our willingness to actively go out and look for grants. I think the grant landscape has changed a bit because we're seeing a lot more grants out there these days to augment, our revenue. And those grants can pop up, with short windows.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Director Dean.
Okay, so I keep coming back to the grant for the electric vehicle charging station. Yeah. Anyway, so I understand there's a short time period for a lot of grants, but I don't want the board to wait to hear that you applied for a grant until it was awarded. I want to know that you've applied for the grant so that if we object to the grant, we could have you pull your application.
Absolutely. And, we try to do that through community letters, various different blast outs, discussions at the committee level.
Well, it needs to be discussion to the board. At least I think the board president and vice president should be aware the grant was applied for.
GM reports or?
Yeah.
I can do that as well.
No, you're talking about having it come before the board.
Well, I understand the short time period to apply for grant, and we definitely need grants for a lot of projects. Okay. So the way this is worded, it sounds like you're not going to ask for approval for the board until the grant is awarded. I want the board to know as soon as you apply for the grant, as soon as possible, that you did apply for the grant, so that if the board objects to that grant for some reason, your application can be pulled, because once the grant funds are awarded, if you turn it down, it affects your ability to get future grants.
It definitely could. I think the direction in which you're talking, Director Dean, would be a discussion and consideration item to approve that process, unless Mr. Hirsch can clarify. I can do it through a GM report or community blast outs, but then when the board directs me to pull the application, then that would be more of a discussion and consideration item.
Yeah.
So we're kind of talking about your position may be to not vote for this agenda item.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I would at least like you to let the executive board members know that you're applying for this grant.
And I definitely will do that through community blast outs and GM reports.
Directly let the board president and vice president know.
I can absolutely do that. That makes it a little more clear. I will 100% communicate with the president and vice president.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wait. No.
Oh.
Go ahead, Vice President Thomas.
Yes, thank you, President Scott. And I would take that maybe a step further. I think you've nailed it, Director Dean. And, you know, I think we're all aware that landscape is changing at the federal level. It's possible we may have a more challenging grant environment. And, you know, if I don't want to constrain, you know, in a tennis match, I'm not going to ask you to put one hand behind your back. So I don't want to constrain the ability to seek grants. I was thinking after that, prior to submission that's been deleted, we could say, in cases where the GM applies for grants prior to board approval, the GM will inform the board prior to the next board meeting. Something of that nature. Would that, you know, there's no reason the GM should inform just the president and vice president. He can inform all of us.
Well, then there comes the problem with making a decision about that. The Brown Act. Yeah.
Oh, but he can, you know, and you know, in other words, you blast it in your letter. It's now on the public.
Right.
And so that would be the means for communicating.
Just give the president and vice president a heads up.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a further question.
Yes.
Thank you. And this is, I understand the concerns about having something sprung on us where we've applied for a grant that has a sizable, especially significant match and sort of momentum toward it, and we have trouble resisting. But I mean, I wonder if there's how many cases are there actually when the award point, not the application deadline, but the award point is so close that the board can't be, the application decision, prior decision can't be presented to the board for action. And the board can decide before the award whether to go forward or not with the grant application. Now, how many times does it happen that the award is so early that we can't do that at the next regular meeting?
I don't know of a case where the award, the time of closing to award is so short. Ours is more of the closing period.
Mhm.
So what I think you're getting at, Director Gray, is that once we apply for it and we're in that window of being reviewed, we could come to the board and discuss it and then get guidance on moving forward. Our concern is we really want to get these, like if we stumble upon a grant, like, well, I didn't know this was happening. For instance, we had a couple federal grants that Jamie Panetta's office came forward with, and they're literally like, we're really sorry, but it closes in a week. And we just couldn't do it. And there's other cases like that. The AFG grant for firefighting equipment has come up like that.
Mhm.
So I think there's a happy medium there in which we could apply for the grant. And while we're in that window and it's a matching grant, we could bring it before the board to discuss and consider
Before the
continuing.
award. Yeah, before the award.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that would be the simple, revision I would suggest is that application for grants that require a matching fund shall be brought to the board of directors for approval at the earliest regular meeting meeting time available. Because it sounds like that will cover mostly all,
Yeah,
mostly all conceivable cases.
I think staff would be pleased with that.
Okay,
And again,
so-
I just want to preface that staff is working hard for grants for the community. Staff doesn't necessarily, there isn't something intrinsic with staff that we want this this power to do things. We're trying to get funds for the community to fix some of the things that we're struggling with in the district. This is a motivational mode. This is our motive is to do things for the community. So
how would you reword the policy?
Let's see, we'll try that again. Application in that paragraph, under 2170.2.
Mhm.
Second sentence, application for grants that require matching funds shall be brought to the Board of Directors for approval at the earliest regular meeting available.
Yeah, that concerns me.
Okay.
Okay, how?
Immediately. Like I ask, I run the test. How can this be misinterpreted? And it sounds like someone would infer from that prior to submission. It sounds like that's what it feels like. So I think that's actually making it less clear.
Well, I think you can just say application for grants that require matching funds shall be approved by the Board of Directors prior to the date of the award. Yeah.
Okay,
That's clear.
that sounds good.
Yeah.
What I was trying to say.
Does that mean? Yeah. Okay.
Professor Scott, can we repeat that one more time for Ms.
Okay.
Dodson?
The second sentence in 2170.2.1 would read that applications for grants that require matching funds shall be approved by the Board of Directors prior to the date of the award.
Now, can we, it's in the rare case where where it really is a tight timetable, can we say if possible? Beginning?
I wouldn't do a fossil, I'll just do it. Yeah.
We would probably lobby for a special meeting if
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
was an issue.
Yeah, so prior to the award, period.
The next
Okay.
board, the next board meeting. Well,
Prior, yeah, okay. No, we haven't got, but I want to hear if there's anything more that the board has. Okay,
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't sprung on us, so we applied for this grant with matching funds and it was awarded to us and we can't do anything about it.
yeah, that was my concern too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there any public comment on this? Okay, Mr. Heinrichsen. And Christine, yes, sorry, Ms. Heinrichsen.
Yes, thank you for pulling this item and for your thoughtful discussion of it. Those were exactly my concerns as well. And thank you, Director Dean, for pointing out that the district has already confronted this problem and struggled with it with, a resolution that was not entirely satisfactory. And I'm not clear if having this prior to the award, why can this not be disclosed to the board as soon as possible after the application? Should the board not see those applications?
It doesn't, we can, well, yeah, I think at that point we would see the application, but what they're saying is they would like to send the application if it needs to be sent prior to the board hearing about it.
Right.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate Director Gray, you're pointing out that this is probably not something that comes up a whole lot. And that this is actually exceeding board approval, board oversight for something that's really a rare occurrence.
Yeah, that's why we're just saying prior to the award.
Okay, we'll see how it works out. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Heinrichs.
Yes, I agree with pulling this before. This is also a challenge with previous managers, not necessarily our current one, but he needs to be aware of the fact that we have a board of directors reporting to the community, which should be knowing what's going on, and having a directive sent out to whoever happens to be on the list is not an appropriate method of communications. And so I'm agreeing here that we should have a time limit, which would solve all your problems at 2170.2.1 on page 163, first paragraph, instead of saying as soon as possible, should be within 24 hours. There's no excuse for sending out something for an application and not being able to notify the board within 24 hours, instead of waiting for another meeting that might come up who knows when and who forgets what, and oh, by the way, we did this. And all applications for grants should be known by the community. That's going to be affecting our future money spent or not spent. And doesn't that make more sense than as soon as possible? Then you'll have all of them for grants. We should be aware of what's going on. This is not a manager's decision going to run out and get a super duper deal here today on a certain item and say, yeah, here we're going to apply for it. And it's not a matching grant, but we may not need that super duper deal. That's what I'm trying to avoid here.
Can you tell me what you're referring to?
Well, the first sentence in 2170.2.1. General manager shall inform the board of directors of all grant applications. That is perfect, right? Not as soon as possible, but within 24 hours.
It says prior to submission.
Right.
Right.
That's,
That's
as
what
soon as possible, you don't know when that is. That
But
is, that's what Michael's saying. You have to, you can't say, well, as soon as possible, I'm gonna get around to it next week because it's not on my desk. I went on vacation for a month. That's my point. Within 24 hours, when he's issuing an application, it should go to the board.
It says
Oh.
prior to submission.
Well, he's going to submit it, right? So it's going to be prior to submission. He'll do it.
Right. You understand?
Or at the same time, whatever. If that,
Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you.
but that's what I'm saying. You need to nail this down, not have it floating there and saying, well, we're going to pick on these that aren't grants, and grants, we're going to worry about something, and we know all of them, and he'll know what he's doing. Staff will know what you're doing, and we'll be able to tell the community what's happening.
Yes,
Thank
thank you.
May-
Yes,
We're not supposed to be having back and forth conversations during public comment.
no, definitely. Okay. So there, do you have another statement that you'd like to make, Vice President?
Yeah, thank you, President Scott. That just, as I read that for the fifth time, just listening to Mr. Heinrichs, the words "as soon as possible" may be unnecessary. Let me just read it. The GM shall inform us of all grant applications prior to submission.
Yes.
That's what we want.
Yes.
Yeah.
And as
Totally
soon as
understand.
possible, it's like,
Yeah.
and within 24 hours of what? Of him learning that it's available, that,
Yeah.
so that's,
Exactly.
or
That's what I was thinking.
waiting
Yeah.
24 hours prior to, that's not what we want.
Right.
It's just, so the, as soon as possible is wiggly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just prior to
Yeah,
submission.
just
that's-
basically that's extraneous language. That's good.
Yeah.
I mean, to get rid of that.
Okay. Yes.
Are we
Director
ready
Gray?
for a motion? More public comment?
We
No more
still
public-
have public comment via
Oh.
Zoom.
Oh,
Sorry.
thank you.
Crosby and Laura Swartz.
Yes, good afternoon, board. This is Laura. I wasn't going to make a comment, but as you know from the past, I'm a numbers person. And just this seems to me it needs to be as specific as possible. The thing is and I'm mostly concerned about the grants that have matching funds. I think that there should be a limit on, especially on those matching funds, of what the GM can go forward with. The thing too, I believe that the president or vice president of the board should be notified immediately, not when possible, not when convenient, but immediately. And also the board should approve it at the next meeting, but the president and vice president should be notified of it. So if they have a problem with it, they can call a special meeting. But I understand that you want to work on grants quickly, but I think there needs to be parameters about the costs that you're even thinking about doing, and making sure that the board and the president has something to say about it before we just go on, because we don't know who the next GM is going to be. We know what happened with some of the last GMs. So it's nothing specific to this particular one. It's for our future. Keep control of what we're doing with the money for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have one more, Christina Galloway.
Okay. Ms. Galloway?
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to say I agree with Laura. I think that, just as a community member, it's nice to know that there's, things aren't being done in like a hasty manner, and that there are some parameters there. And even though I appreciate so much, I'm all about grants and I appreciate, everything everybody's doing to kind of make that a reality. I just think if grants are something that we're going to take seriously as a community and make a priority, then the hope would be that they wouldn't, just be springing up out of nowhere like last minute. It would be something that we were, really prepared to apply for in a serious manner, with, board input. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Galloway. You can make public comment. We're not sure we can answer it because we can't have back and forth discussion, but let's hear what you have to say. You're welcome.
My question is this, the grant's going to be off of the strategic plan? And is it going to be number 1 or number 2 position? And that was my question.
Can you tell us your name?
I'm Cheryl McDowell.
Okay.
Thank
And
you.
from Cambria, right? And
Correct. 40 years.
okay.
Clarify, can we
Yes.
get clarification on what 1 or 2 means?
Yeah, I don't know what we mean by that,
I
but
think she means priority 1 or 2. Correct. Okay. So sometimes grants come up in an area or an environment that we're not or haven't listed on our capital improvement plan or budget. Maybe like the electric trucks came up. We had an opportunity to get a free charger from Ford and so forth. And, we submitted that application and received that, charger, but that was like it was basically like a week response time here. And it was a small incremental amount. So are we setting an incremental amount on?
well, my question to you would be, was that matching funds?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, well, so that doesn't matter.
Okay.
The only thing that we're concerned about is when we have matching funds, right?
Very good.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not concerned about grants that do not have matching funds.
Yeah.
I am not concerned about grants for items we already have budgeted and the grant will help us pay for it rather than taking it out of our budget.
Right.
I'm concerned about other things that we have not planned on.
Right.
Having grants for those things that might have matching funds. And so I do agree with Laura Schwartz that immediately after applying for a grant that has a short time frame, that the president and vice president of the board be notified.
Absolutely, Director Name. I'll be on top of it in terms of notifying the president, vice president. And if allowed, I'll put it out in community letters. I mean, those do get read, and so that information can get out there as well. And every GM report, I will report on it as well.
Yes, Director Gray.
Is public comment over? Because I'd like to make a motion.
Is public comment over? Yes.
And I have a comment.
Okay.
That would precede motions.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, President Curry, President Scott. I haven't really kept a stopwatch, but I would estimate 10 to 15 minutes we've consumed on the discussion of we want to be darn sure the GM informs the office of the president and vice president immediately.
Right.
Shucks. Why wouldn't we put a sentence in that says that? I had suggested one earlier, but like, oh, shucks, folks are asking for it. We've discussed it.
So would you please state that sentence?
In cases where the GM applies for grants prior to the board approval, the GM will inform the president and vice president. Insert a time frame of your preference. I would say prior to the next board meeting, but you could do faster than that.
I think prior to the next board meeting is fine.
We should do that in the form of a motion.
Yes, is that a motion, sir?
I move that we approve the grants policy with the minor corrections of under 2170.2.1, deleting the words as soon as possible in the first sentence. In the second sentence would read, application for grants that require matching funds shall be approved by the board of directors prior to the date of award, period. The next sentence would read, in cases where the GM applies for grants prior to board approval, the GM will inform the board president and vice president prior to the next board meeting.
Second that.
Okay. Let's have a roll call.
Vice President Thomas,
Aye.
Director Gray,
Aye.
Director Dean,
I was trying to write all that down. Aye.
Director Farmer,
Aye.
President Scott.
Aye. Okay. Does anybody need a break? No?
I don't.
Okay. And I just would like to remind the public that when you're talking amongst each other, it has those of us who are taking minutes have a problem hearing and concentrating. So just to let you know that. Okay. Let's go then to agenda item 6G.
Thank you, President Scott. Agenda item 6G, consideration of approval of a capital improvement project CIP list format. No fiscal impact associated with the item. As we know, the CIP list has been utilized to track and present active and completed projects over the years. Feedback from staff has generated some suggested improvements to enhance clarity and presentation. Mrs. Dodson and myself worked pretty hard on this along with Ms. Fritz. So we spiced it up a bit in terms of its presentation. We think it's a little bit easier to read, but I know there's some comments perhaps from the board on its format, and we'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, comments from the board? Yes, Director.
I think it looks beautiful. And I appreciate the work on this, but I do have one question. On page 1, I believe I asked the general manager this in Boardwalk, but I don't think I got an answer. On page 190, under Facility and Resources Department completed projects, the last item in the list says electric vehicle charging station, East Village parking lot. We didn't put in an EV charging station in the East Village parking lot, did we?
Director Dean, it must have been one of those grants that we applied for. No, we did not. That's a typo.
Yeah.
Now, we're not actually correcting content though, are we? Or is it?
No, but we can
Specifically, yeah.
we can make comments, yeah.
I'm-
Because we're just talking about the format. Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Thank you,
I keep
President
wanting to
Scott.
say Vice President Michael. so-
Hey, that'll do.
Yeah.
That'll do. Agree. This is gorgeous. Let's just start there. Now I've got a few minor refinements, but please take this with a grain of salt. I mean, this is outstanding. But then, I mean, you should see me, with my at-home practices when I put paper into the printer. I'll use the back side of things. I mean, any paper I can save, I go to rather silly lengths sometimes, which caused me to ask, how do we use the word streamline. So how do we streamline from 9 pages to 29 pages? Yeah, let's keep it purdy, right? And I mispronounced that intentionally. But let's eliminate some of the breaks. And just, one request on this beautiful cover sheet of the State Parks Moonstone Boardwalk, which has absolutely nothing to do with the district. I would hope, let's find another picture of some CCSD facility, be it, I've got 1,000 pictures of Fiscalini Ranch and poppies and blue herons. Be it the wastewater treatment plant, which is to me a work of art because it works somehow. But let's not take a picture of the Statue of Liberty or the Eiffel Tower or Moonstone Beach. Let's get something which is CCSD. Let's eliminate the page breaks that go from, I can just see me trying to read this. Okay. You know what I'm saying? We have to go landscape, portrait. I don't think we need the portrait page breaks. Let's take that, 8 or 9 pages out. That's pure format. And then my real question, which I think fits within this discussion, one of these, my brain really hurts as I read the legend on page 167. Ranking, fine. Project name, fine. Very clear. Source of funds, great. I mean, that's a great ad, and that's going to really help. I get to the next one, project estimate. Right. So and by those words, I know what it is going to be. Project estimate means the total cost of the project, whatever you have spent, whatever you're going to spend, but just, in any dictionary term, it's going to be what's the total amount this project's going to cost. Then I read the words. That's when my brain hurts. Approved/anticipated budget request. Then the next column is additional budget request, which tells me that the number under project estimate by these definitions is not going to be the project estimate. So I beseech my fellow directors, let's be sure on this CIP list, there is a clean column, which is our best estimate of what we think the project's going to cost. Acknowledging it's unknown and unknowable. There's no project where we will ever know what it's going to cost because it's in the future. But we've got some estimate. And what I really want is a column that is just honest to goodness, our best number of the total cost, totally removed from what has been or is going to be budgeted. I want that real project estimate number. Everything else is fine. Everything else is perfect on those definitions. That's all I've got.
Okay. Any other any other directors have any comments? I have a comment on page 175. And I don't know why I waited until page 175 to say this, but where it says source of funds, I would really like if we borrowed money to do the project, I would like to have, if it's gonna be enterprise funds or if it's gonna be some money that we borrowed. So, or loan funds.
So for clarification, President Scott,
Yeah.
if some of those budgeted monies are loan monies, you would
Yeah.
like a separate category of how much has been loaned of the total amount?
Yeah.
Would we want to separate out funding, grant funding and other
That'd be
costs as well?
great. Yeah.
Look on page 171 under the skate park. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's beautiful.
That is the intention.
Okay.
So we just, under wastewater, we didn't put, but we would put
Okay.
bond funding for those.
That's
Yeah.
probably why I waited till 175. And the other thing is that I think it's really very nicely done. I kind of like that each department has their own page. I just don't think you need this whole beautiful title page. But I really like, because then you can go back and see what we have completed and you can see which department is completing things and which department is not. So I like that, but I would just say these beautiful facilities and resource department title page probably isn't necessary. But I think it's gorgeous and I really like the boardwalk picture.
But there's even prettier CCSD.
I know. Yes.
So to question what you're just saying
Yeah.
about these title pages, would you rather see a large heading on the page itself?
Yeah.
Okay, and then, I'm sorry, Director Thomas or Vice President Thomas, but I think that's a beautiful picture.
Yeah, I do too.
And it is Cambria. It may not be CCSD property, but it is Cambria and it's a place where so many Cambrians go to walk. But if we had to change it, I think the Fiscalini Ranch looking from the bluff out to the water would be great.
Yeah.
Except to have a bird and a shadow,
I mean,
it's
not
amazing.
amazing. Yeah, amazing. It's not Photoshopped, I don't believe.
No, really?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Be
Yeah, it's-
surprised with some of my photos.
I had a quick comment on
Sure.
I think we could follow up on Inspector Dean's comment. We could replace the title pages with headings.
Yeah.
On top of the charts.
Yeah.
And I think it's the only change. And now we already have the two source of funds. That was simply, I guess, an oversight on the ZCMs because that's bond proceeds. We can just put that in. So I think we covered it if just with that one change.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Any,
I can make a motion.
are you, no. Wait, well,
Public comment, yeah,
I
public comment.
wanted to ask if anybody else had any more.
No. Public.
You don't have any comments, Mr. Director Farmer?
I think everybody else has pretty much covered it, and all I can say, obviously, it's an improvement, and I just want to remind folks that think the district isn't doing anything, and they might say, well, all this did was improve the way the CIP list is being presented. Well, there's obviously people that are out there thinking and making our job easier and their job easier as well. So
Absolutely.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, public comment. Yes, Mr. Heinrichs.
Yes, Mr. President. Staff has done a great job here putting things out visually, but it's all based on money. That's wonderful to follow the money. What I'm interested in, it says activity to date. There should be a date, activity shows half completed, not completed, and a future completion date. Then you will know where you're at with that monies and when it's going to be spent. Right now, we're just saying, well, we're going to add more money to this because it says over here, expect or additional budget request. So that means they're actually looking for more money already. I'm saying, hey, where is this project? Is it halfway done and you want another total amount? And we don't know when it's going to be done and how much the amount is versus what's already been spent. And then you would know when the project is going to be done. You should have a project manager that states that along with the finances.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment?
No.
Okay. Okay, now I'm ready for a motion.
Do we have some discussion following public comments?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. And reflecting on these comments, I've got experience with systems trying to estimate percentages of complete and, various challenges. And they usually boil down to the amount of funds expended. So those numbers are already in here. That doesn't do anything for me, but what would do something for me is an estimated completion date. So I would throw that out as a reasonable reasonable consideration, and I'm happy to offer a motion whenever you think it's ready.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, when we have used this column, additional budget request, it's been when we have reviewed the items that are in the budget, the priority of the budget, and it's an item that someone would like additionally to be put in the budget. At least that's the way it was when we reviewed the future budget at R&I. We had someone come forward and say, this is something I need. I'd like to make an additional request for this to be put into the budget. That's what we've used that column for, not necessarily that, oh gee, we didn't have enough money, so we want to, add this to the budget. So I think, I see Ms. Fritz is ready to punch her button and speak, so maybe she can clarify or
Yeah.
agree or disagree with what I just said.
Yeah, that was the intent of the column. So the first, my eyes. The project estimate would be the first time the project was brought forward and what the estimate was. And we wanted to keep that estimate pure as what we thought it was going to be. And then as prices escalate or as the project continues, and there have been projects that required additional funding, that we wanted to keep that funding separate so that we could see that the original estimate was X amount, and then we needed a little bit more. It does not happen often, but it does happen. And so when it went through R&I and the finance committee, it was the intent to have those two columns so we could really keep clear what was originally estimated versus, any additional funds that had to be requested or added on.
I have a question, actually, following up on that. Could we just use the term original estimate? Original estimate in that, for that column, which would be column legend. The fourth, the 1, 2, 3, fourth column. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to have an original estimate.
Oh, I'm sorry, the fourth column.
To me, that's important, but not nearly as important as our current estimate. What I really want to know is how much is it's going to cost, but I absolutely agree. I would also want the original project estimate. Those are often different numbers. If they're not, then kudos to whoever did that original estimate. But I wouldn't replace. I think we need original estimate and the current project estimate. And I do know there are cases when, that number, then there's numbers in the additional budget request, and I want a pure, simple, current project estimate.
How, I don't know, we might be opening a can of worms here trying to figure this out, because if there's an original estimate, then there's a revised estimate, and then there are additional budget requests, that's three things. I would suggest we keep it as it is for now and invest in, and work with staff, investigate if there's a way, if it's feasible or it makes sense to do an additional number, because I think we're, I would say, I don't know, if you want to keep the original estimate in there and not just have the current estimate, then you do need some way to distinguish between the two, because the estimates do change. And I would like, to me, what's important is the current estimate, not the original estimate.
No, original, yeah. I'm wondering if it's, the first column would be, original budgeted amount.
Well, most of them aren't budgeted. Most of them aren't budgeted because they're not,
Okay.
they're not in B category,
Okay.
yeah. So,
Okay.
And then President Scott, can I,
Yes.
maybe we could get some clarification and maybe Ms. Fritz can jump in as well. What the original intent of this document was, how often it's brought before the board, where does it live? Because the things that we're talking about in terms of dates, adjusting of budgets, current additional budget, that's a living document that adjusts monthly.
Yeah.
So I'm curious on when we want to see this updated. How often does it come before the board? And maybe Ms. Fritz can remind me. I know it comes around obviously during the budgetary cycle, but things we'll make those changes now, and in 6 months, do we make the changes again, or you want to change monthly? Is this a living document on the website? It's there's a lot of moving targets with this document. As we get more granular with it, makes it a little more difficult to manage.
So is the basis or the use of this document for budgeting?
Well, I know Director Dean has a lot of the history of this document. I think originally it was more of a planning document for R&I, and then it was kind of taken over as a budget type document. And I think if you remember the previous version, before this, there wasn't a whole lot of financial information. It didn't show a whole lot of information. So it wasn't very useful in a budgeting way at all. So I made some changes to try and, take a screenshot and a capture of financial activity, as well as we use it as a ranking system and planning through R&I of projects in general. And so that's, and it is brought before the board quarterly in each quarter's report with updated financial information of where we stand on the budgeted projects for that year. And then, starting in January, the managers start assessing it. It'll get brought to R&I as far as like projects, ranking the projects and talking about projects for the next year.
Yes.
Yeah, to follow, I just wanted to go back to the, what Ms. Fritz was saying. It's turned into we were trying to make this an integrated document between F&R and finance, so we can use it for both planning of infrastructure and budgeting for infrastructure. That's the idea. I'm going to go back to, I would not, make a formal motion maybe at this point, but I'd like to. I think this discussion we have of that fourth column project estimate, I think we should leave things the way they are for now, because we want the current estimate. It's not as important to have an older estimate because those are all on the record, because every quarter we have a CIP come out. So I'm in favor of leaving it as it is, because I think it's more useful to have the current estimate, and that's what it is. You just leave it that way.
So you want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion, yeah. I move that we consider that we approve the capital improvement project list format with one change, changing the title pages to headings on each page as applicable.
I'll second that motion. I have something to say when we're done with the vote.
And I have a substitute motion to offer.
Okay.
Oh, is a substitute motion? Yeah, you make that first. Yeah.
I move that we direct staff to take into consideration the conversation and discussions we've had, which are rather in-depth, and come back to the next board meeting or a subsequent board meeting at their pace of work, given their priorities, with revision, incorporating the needs we've expressed as best they possibly can.
So we see this quarterly, right? So would it satisfy your other additional motion? Would it satisfy that to say when they bring it back in a quarter, to take a look at?
No second on the motion.
No.
Correct.
So take a look at that. Okay. So we have this motion. We have a second.
Second on the original motion.
Second on the original motion. Do we have a second on
The substitute.
the substitute motion?
I'll go ahead and second Vice President's motion, Vice President Thomas' motion, just because he made the effort to do it.
So
You have to do
does
two roll
someone-
calls.
yeah, so I don't know, I guess.
You start with the
Roll call and substitute first.
Oh, okay. Let's roll call the substitute first, please.
So you want the first one first now?
No, the substitute one.
Okay, Vice President Thomas.
Do we need to restate the motion, or is it clear
Yes,
enough?
you go ahead and restate the motion.
That we direct staff to take into consideration the discussions of improvement and bring back at the next quarterly review a revised format that meets these needs.
But
is appropriate.
do you want to also have the headings, pages turned to headings, title pages turned to
Oh,
headings?
absolutely.
Okay, we'll conclude that. Yeah, that's the original.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you have,
including removing of the page breaks.
Mr. McElhaney?
Staff has some clarifying questions.
Okay.
Ms. Fritz.
So does that mean with this motion, if it's approved, we would not be using this format? We'd still be using the other one that I have been using until this is officially approved with the court next
No, I
quarter?
think that he's going to add that you will be using this new format and we'll look for different, maybe updates at our next quarter.
Exactly.
Okay.
In the spirit of continuous improvement.
Yeah.
Clearly better.
Okay,
So if we could, for staff's sake, if we could get the motion repeated with the edits that we would want to this revised format, so cover page gone, remove this title pages, headers, there's a lot of that discussion.
Cover
correct?
page not gone.
So
Cover page is not gone.
no, we liked it.
Okay,
cover page, good. The page splits for each department removed.
Title page is converted to headings.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Oh, actually.
Be simple and clear that the project estimate is the project estimate, not related to a certain budget stage, with the addition of whatever original project estimate was in.
No, that's extra.
Oh, that's
extra
further.
stuff.
Okay, strike that then.
Keeping all the stuff in the headings as it is.
But clarifying and simplifying that the project estimate is the project estimate.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second for the substitute motion. So let's do a roll call.
Vice President Thomas.
Aye.
Director Farmer.
Since I actually prefer the first option, I'm going to say no. Sorry.
Director Dean.
No.
Director Gray.
No.
President Scott.
No.
Okay, now,
Now let's do the second, the original motion.
Can we repeat the original
Yes.
motion?
I made the original motion. This is to adopt the format as proposed with the one change of changing the title pages to page headings at each, for each department.
Okay, Director Gray.
Aye.
Director Dean.
Aye.
Director Farmer.
Aye.
Vice President Thomas.
Aye.
President Scott.
Aye. That was good work. Okay, let's go to agenda item 6H. Oh, did we pull? No, we did that one already. Okay, that one's never mind. That wasn't, okay. So do you want to let Chief Berkey know? Oh, he is.
he is on and ready, President Scott.
Okay, so let's go back to public safety. And do we have a sheriff's report?
Unfortunately, we do not.
Okay.
However, we have reached out to the sheriff's department to see if we can start at least getting a report and perhaps the commander in attendance, and we're working on that.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chief Berkey.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead with your report.
There you guys are. Thank you so much, Madam President. Good afternoon to the board, staff, and community. I apologize for not being there in person, but I appreciate you allowing me to zoom in and give this update to you. So I have the report for the month of December. So we're starting off with our incidents. So we have 104 total incidents, including 7 fire alarms, 34 public service assists, hazardous conditions, 6 of them, and then 57 medical emergencies, and no fires to report in the month of December, which is always a good thing. Moving down, we had the comparison information for residents. We had 58 residents that we treated and 26 non-residents. And then also the totals there for the December of 2023, the year prior, 92. So a little bit above last year, but year to date, we're pretty much on par. Moving down, we have the training. We pretty much focused a lot on our paramedics this month. We have new updates coming in January for our paramedic for the county. And so a lot of our paramedics were going down and getting those updates. And then also for the captain and engineer training, we have a lot of movement right now within the department. Obviously, we have our new captain, and we've been focusing on getting him trained up, and it's been going extremely well. And the crews have been working diligently on getting their training done. So down in the public education interaction area, so we, December we do a lot of Christmas activities, and so we were a part of the Season of Hope, Toys for Tots. And then we also did the standard Santa Claus delivery for a couple of the the lions and I believe there was one other one we did as well. And then historical, thank you. And so the big thing there was we did an update to the evacuation assistance information that's on our website. There was a lot of confusion that happened. And we've been getting a lot of those evacuation assistance cards back that some of them were applicable and some of them weren't. And so I just wanted to put a lot of the clarification on our website. So the community and had the opportunity to look over. If you're interested in that assistance program, please go to the website and look over the information there and make sure that you actually meet the criteria and that it fits what what the intention of that program is. And so that was just an update that we wanted to do to clarify some of that direction. The public service, we did 2 business inspections. We did defensible space inspections, 4 of them, and then smoke detector changes, we had 7 of them. That completes the report on that end. I'm open for any questions if anybody has any additional comments or questions.
Thank you, Chief Berkey. Do we have any questions? Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Thank you, President Scott. Fabulous report, Chief Berkey. And I just wanted to make a prediction that maybe the next month or two, I'm going to bet we'll have more defensible space residential inspections following what happened from Tuesday morning dawn in the LA Basin.
Absolutely. And those, typically in December, they do slow down, just the holidays and everything kind of slow down. But we were consistently doing them, and you're absolutely correct. So I'm actually down here in LA at the moment, and our crews are down here as well. So I wanted to touch base on that just a little bit. We sent our water tender down here, and they've been down here for 2 days now, assisting the LA area with those fires. And I'm very, to say I'm proud of them is a super understatement, and proud of our agency and department. So because also with them, with being able to provide that assistance to the other areas, we're still able to provide coverage for Cambria as well. So that's due to, the board and our staff getting the staffing that we have that allows that to take place. So again, thank you for that. And again, very, very proud of our department and our agency.
Right, we are too. Do we have any public comment?
No.
Okay, any in-house? No, all right, great. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, and best of luck.
Yes, and let's take a 10-minute break. We will be back at 2:32. Sorry. Thank you. Welcome back. No, we don't have to extend. We have until 4 o'clock. So that's really good. Now, do we subtract the lunchtime from the 6 hours? That would be my question.
I think we said it was 10 to 4.
Okay, so 10 to 4. Yeah, that's right. Okay, great. Thank you. So now what we have left on the agenda is we have the board member committee and liaison reports. And the, yes, and the man, I was gonna say that.
The minor stuff.
That's right. The most important stuff. Yeah, my meetings are a little less formal than they have been in the past, so just bear with me. Okay, let's go then to the manager reports. 5A, General Manager McElhaney, will you please give us the gift of your presentation?
Thank you, President Scott. This one's pretty light. A lot of our updates are going to be in the utilities report, so I was trying to be less redundant. We'll be at the Vets Hall for Meet the GM on January. Do we change that date? 15th?
It's still the same date, it just ends at
We're ending it at 4:30.
30.
My daughter has a basketball game at Cuesta College, so I'm cutting it a little short that day to attend. Full disclosure.
How dare you for only working 8 hours?
But we'll be here, and I'm sure that's the day before our special meeting. So I imagine we'll have more attendance that day to discuss the Mission Country Disposal Prop 218 process. We did hold our employee and director barbecue in December, which I thought was great. I had a lot of positive feedback, not only from the directors, but from staff. Again, kind of getting us out of our silos and getting the water and wastewater folks, hanging out with the fire department and the board of directors and seeing those faces. We have had some new staff. So that was a really good time and right before the holidays, and it was heartwarming. We will be closed for Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and that is January 20th. Obviously, we have the public hearing regarding that solid waste rate adjustment, which I've already discussed. And then I wanted to highlight what I believe to be our first district year-end report that we put out a few days ago. And Ms. Dodson and myself worked pretty hard on this to highlight some of the accomplishments of the district in coordination with the board. We took a group photo out by Leffingwell of all the staff, highlighted the board of directors and some of our management staff, included the mission statement and vision statement, our strategic plans, strategic goals, and highlighted those. And then each of the accomplishments over 2024 broken down by department. And I thought that was a nice touch. And we're going to continue to do that moving forward as long as I'm still GM. That was brought up earlier. Highlighting the fire department as well, adding that yearly call volume. We have a grants page that highlights some of the grants that we've applied for, been awarded, and that are in process. And the policies that were completed by President Scott and with the assistance of the policy committee, as they've, no longer they've been disbanded after doing some great work. Some staff highlights in terms of their professional achievements. Each one of our staff members, whether it be water, wastewater, administrative staff, or the fire department, utility staff, there's a lot of continuing education that goes on in the district. It's not just you show up, you got your degree, you're certified to this, and you just punch in and punch out. A lot of our staff are continually trying to improve themselves, take these extra classes, and I think that's something to be highlighted. And there's some looking forward milestones and objectives we would like to see in 2025. So we're setting our own little staff level goals as a district outside of some of the strategic plan updates that'll be coming here in the next couple months. I will, unless there's any questions about my report, I also have Mr. Aguirre's brief report. He's been awfully busy. This is his time to really rehab his department, get all his tools and equipment ready. So Mr. Aguirre is not here, but I'll take comments on my report and then I can jump into a brief report for facilities and resources as well.
Okay, the board members? No?
I just want to say that I really like that 2024 year-end report. Good job.
Thank you.
And it shows that we actually have been accomplishing things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, any public comment?
No.
And we have a gentleman who just came in the door. Good afternoon, sir. Are you here for any special agenda items? Okay, thank you. Well, welcome to. If you want to, yeah. You can speak to the General McElhaney.
My name's Robert Enns and I represent you on the IWMA and LAFCO. I'm on both boards, so I represent special districts there. And the only announcement I have is that Peter Cron, who's the director of IWMA, has announced that he'll be retiring and there'll be an official notice of that coming out soon. So just thought I'd say hi.
Hi, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, President Scott. Moving on to Facilities and Resources Report. David's department, Mr. Aguirre's department and his staff has been working diligently and again on his own equipment rehab and getting their department ready as we head into essentially weed abatement season. They've been helping clear some weeds around the WRF field. They have been helping quite a bit with our manual reads for these water meters. So it's been really nice to see the collaboration between our Facilities and Resources Department lending a hand to the Utilities Department when they're so short-staffed. They have had a contractor come out and train some of our maintenance technicians with tree falling and tree cutting. So as we work with these chainsaws, working with chainsaws is pretty dangerous. And so having a contractor come out and help with them with different cutting techniques, how to look at a tree and size up a tree. And if you're going to end up dropping a tree, a hazard tree, you know, the proper techniques for doing that and doing it safely. They've been dealing with obviously some encampments here and there throughout the ranch. And with the rain slowing down, they're attacking a little more of the daily operations at their facilities and getting ready for the big lift that's around the corner. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Anything from the board? No? Anything from the public?
No.
And who's online? Still?
EBG, Christina Galloway, Crosby and Laura Swartz, David Pearson, Elizabeth Benhausen, Eric Johnson, Keith Heinrichsen, Rochelle Benjamin, and Tony.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go to agenda item 5C then. Ms. Fritz.
Thank you, President Scott.
Yes.
On agenda item 5C, you have the finance manager's report. We already spoke about and had questions on the expenditure report that is in the agenda. It also details out the director payments in the month of December. Because of the timing of this agenda packet, you'll see all the bank balances, but I've notated on there when I've had to use the previous month's balance because it wasn't available to me. And this January, we are just in audit mode. So making sure everything at the end of the year got in and getting ready for the audit, which is going to be happening at the end of the month. So with that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Nope. Any public comment?
No.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to utilities report, sir.
Good afternoon again. Thank you. For December 2024, I'll begin with wastewater. As you know, we're initiating the SST process and going forward on that. The weather kind of slowed some of the initial start to that. We've got some of the SCADA and some of the electrical work done. We'll wait until we're through the inclement weather to start breaking ground, and actually get underground and start doing some of that plumbing. Unfortunately, during the month, we lost some of our air manifold piping to our aeration basin. Quick work with the wastewater staff and on-call operator to isolate the leaking portion of that manifold and then redirect air. And that portion will be abandoned when we do our upgrades coming up in the future years. So not a huge issue, but a bit of a processing issue, which made our treatment process for wastewater a little bit more difficult. So we had to reach out to regional water boards and tell them that our F1, our finished effluent would have a little bit more characteristic to it for the month. And we provided them sampling, and just in the effort of transparency, just let them know there's no notice of violation or anything associated with this at this
Characteristic.
time.
Characteristic.
Characteristic. So aeration kind of atomizes off,
Oh.
and oxygen's good for the bugs. So not all of the waste was completely treated.
Mhm.
That makes sense. And I can say that in a lightly non-disgusting manner. So yeah, we were just a little bit heavier on some of the loads chemically in our treated effluent just for that day.
Yeah.
Love is a very polite term.
Yeah.
If that,
Very polite term for smelly.
Yeah.
right. Also, this is a time of year where we're obviously preparing for the rain. We're usually right in the middle of the throes of our, wet environment. So we're doing some generator maintenance and doing some preventative maintenance on that. So that took place over the month. It's also a key portion for us right now. We've had a tremendous amount of interruptions in service with our PG&E power. I'm sure you guys have experienced it at your homes. We actually had some damaging effects caused from the interruption in service on our water and wastewater sides that we're repairing. So I personally reached out to our regional representative and just to kind of talk about how we could kind of mitigate this, or maybe get some knowledge in the future or prior to, so we could at least go to backup generator power before you get that kind of harsh shutdown of a power. And then we have to kind of jerk our systems back on. And if you're not continuing to run through backup power, that on and off fluctuation with that PG&E power can be really damaging to your electrical components. So hopefully we can work some sort of an accord out with PG&E where they'll kind of absorb some of the damage that was caused to our equipment. Also, wastewater performed a bypass for the East Ranch restroom sewer lateral install. So that was taking it from the manhole and putting it about 400 feet at a different manhole. So that way we could isolate that portion, cut into that main trunk line, and then hook that lateral up. So kudos to the guys for getting out there and working with Hartzell Contracting, or the construction, for the install for that. Also, water was on site at the East Ranch restroom to install the service and supply to the restroom during the month as well. We prepped rodeo grounds, water staff prepped rodeo grounds for the fuel station replacement. We're replacing both of the 500-gallon petrol and 500-gallon diesel tanks for our emergency services, for our fire and for operations for utilities and F&R there at rodeo grounds and the fire department. We'll actually be removing the fuel tanks on Monday and installing the new ones on Tuesday. These are all certified. We have to have certified removal because it is hazardous material, even if they're empty tanks. And we've also received an authority to construct from slow planning for the new installation of those tanks going in. So we'll have a lot newer, safer, more aesthetically pleasing tanks as well. We also met with county at the Stewart Street's tanks to coordinate for our install in the upcoming year. So as you guys know, there on Richard Street, there's the county communications building. So that's emergency operations for the county sheriff, fire. If we were to have an OES emergency, they would use those antennas to transmit communications. So they have a couple of antennas on our tanks there at Stewart Street. So we're just trying to get logistically out in front of this. So when we start to tear down tanks, that they'll have another location so they can put their antenna up and maintain communications. Also, there's a propane tank for power generation backup that needs to be moved because our retaining wall would be sliding over. So again, we're just trying to get these coordinations together before we actually break ground. We're looking to break ground in probably late spring for the Stewart Street tanks. So yeah, that's come along nicely there. And we just sent our final piece of information to the EPA for our funding for that $375,000 grant. We had our state historic preservation office that we had to submit our cultural response and surveys to. And so that final piece is in. So we look to receiving some of that funding here shortly. Also, the water staff went down to Cayucas, to the private water agency there, and they did some hydrant training. During this time of year, obviously we have, it's raining hopefully, and our aquifers are building up. So it's a very good time for us to get out and do some hydrant operations, ensure operation and make any repairs. And if we need to flow or have any water quality issues, this is a good time. Obviously, we don't want to do it in drought times. We have to be very careful and cautious when exercising or flowing hydrants, that we don't stir up water quality within the distribution system, because all of our zones are tied together, and we can cause some water quality problems for 24 hours if we do too much flowing or too fast and so forth. So that all took place over the course of the month. And that's really just the short synopsis of what went on. And any questions, I'm here and available. So thank you.
The new fuel tanks at the rodeo grounds are going in the same spot they were originally.
Yes, unfortunately, we've purchased some I-beams to get them up a couple feet higher just to elevate that. The installing company, Eagle Energy, isn't sure that they'll be applicable for it, but we have them just in case. But the actual tank is already elevated itself, so it'll be up higher than the current tank that's installed there now.
Okay.
So we'll have a little bit of leniency should the Santa Rosa Creek start rip roaring again like it did in 2023.
And the preparations for the restroom, I think that was the utility report, the F&R report. No, it was your report.
Yeah.
It looks good. I
Yes.
went out there and walked around, and
Oh, yeah.
yeah, it looks good. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, yes, Vice. Vice.
Here is also.
Oh, thank you, Director Farmer, please.
Oh, you're welcome, President Scott. With regard to the installation of the restroom at the community park, so it says installation is anticipated the first weeks of February. Now, maybe I'm just weird, but I'd like to be there and watch that. So if it's happening like before our next meeting,
Let us know.
or even after, whatever, once you know a specific date, if you could let not just us board members know, but maybe, I don't know if letting the public know, you don't necessarily want a whole bunch of people out there, but I'd be curious to see how that's done.
I'd absolutely love to invite you. We should have a drop dead date by next week. All the pre-construction has been performed and executed and approved. And we've had we've had 3 biologists on site for the entire week that the excavation took place. Excuse me. We've also had county inspectors for electrical. We had our compaction tested. So we've had all this done. So we're getting a drop dead date next week, and I'd love to invite you all, because you're going to see a 45-foot crane in action spinning around and dropping that, 10-ton building down. So it'll be something exciting to watch. So yeah, I'd love to invite you guys out. It'd be fantastic.
Thanks.
So if the full board is invited, it has to be open to the public.
Certainly. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
We'll make accommodations to post it on the website or something, I'm sure.
Also, I just want to make this comment that I think R&I, Resources and Infrastructure, which is chaired by Director Dean, maybe she should be allowed to be the first person to flush the toilet at the.
Is that like the
Just-
proverbial
just-
champagne bottle across the bow? Sure.
Exactly. Just a suggestion, that's all.
Love to have that. Yes.
Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Thank you, President Scott. This first page, wow. This really reminds us why it's a good thing that we have routine on-call operators that discovered this problem with the air system. Curious, how did we know that the airflow failed for 8 hours?
Some of our analytic metrics provide us alarm that the finished quality it was exceeding our MCL. So that automatically triggered that on-call operator to respond. And exactly, that's why we have 24-hour on-call operators. As you know, with water or wastewater, even water, a half an hour or 30, 40 minutes can make a huge difference and put you into a notice of violation area. So that's why we have on-call operators, and they responded quickly, and we're able to correct the problem or slow down processing
Mhm.
so that we wouldn't exceed those MCLs and have those issues.
Yeah, imagine if that was all weekend. And what is South Air Header feeds the package plant? Package plant. What is the
So
package?
that's that little stainless steel with the purple pipe that we installed that kind of puts another like filtration or treatment into that process. I can show you if you ever like to come to.
We're not packaging
but-
the stuff for.
No. And this wouldn't be like you think often like times a package plant is tertiary treatment on the back end. And unfortunately, we don't have tertiary treatment yet either. So yeah, that's just a little
Okay.
treatment source in between before the aeration basin and so forth. And
Okay, and more kudos. The reports just keep getting better and better. The
Thank you.
captions at the foot of each of these photos, we can look at them and we know what you're talking about. Then on page 30, under the water meter, the AMI, that last sentence, you clarify that in today's board meeting, we'll be reviewing these. It's really helpful that you tie in these reports to what's in the agenda. Really customer focus. And then just picking up on what Director Farmer mentioned right in his board member communications and statewide kind of low water. We're a bit behind. Do you have a crystal ball? What do you see coming? Because I'm a wee bit nervous about the amount of rainfall we've had.
I mean, if we reflect back to 2021, when we had the mainline break at San Simeon, we had extremely wet Thanksgiving on through Christmas. And then we saw January and February be, almost literally dry. Maybe we received a 1/4 inch. And then we headed into March, and then we got our miracle March that we saw all the way through to early April. Historically, if you look at our graphs, you'll see that the majority of our rainfall unfortunately happens in March. We hope it doesn't happen all at one time, like March 9th and 10th of 2023. But I'm pretty confident that we'll meet at least our average rainfall here, and we'll probably get it in late February and March.
Cool.
So yeah, it is warm, but it is concerning. So we're already starting to, advocate for, reduce your showers, like Director Farmer talked today, be cautious of outdoor watering right now and stuff. So, conservation is absolutely a way of life for us, and we advocate for that 100% of the time. But we definitely need to start looking for that now. And then aquifer management will be a part of that too. So if we don't get that average rainfall, we will still continue on with starting up the Santa Rosas in May 1st, early May, to kind of alleviate and stop the diversion and kind of heal up, if you will, the San Simeon well field. So we can kind of have a longer draw there.
Anything else? Any public comment?
No.
Okay. I would just like to say that some of the comments that are coming from the newscasters in Southern California, that's the kind of comments that we're going to be getting if it happens here. And so I think it's good that we watch and learn from what's going on down there.
Absolutely. I had a little discussion earlier today, kind of like with the floods and the 12 inches we got in 12 hours in March of 2023, Mother Nature's going to win. You can't spend enough money on infrastructure to make you absolutely 110% resilient. Little fact for Pacific Palisades, they had 6 million or 3 million gallons of storage just for fire flow for that community. They went through that in 6 hours to fight that fire. Currently here, we have 1.75 million gallons of storage. So if we do have a fire of that magnitude, it'll take a lot.
Our fire hydrants will be out too.
Probably, yeah. I think that's the next token here is, yeah, there goes our homeowners insurance for those of us in California.
No. Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Right. So now.
It's me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't-
It's nothing to be sorry about.
Sounded
You
like
didn't,
God.
you didn't see. I know you didn't see my light on.
I didn't.
That's okay, no problem.
Okay.
This may not be pertinent to our discussion that we're having at this very moment, but it was 7 years ago today that they had the massive mudslides down in Montecito and 23 people died. And that seems kind of minor compared to what's going on down in LA, but the fact that these catastrophes are, I hesitate to say, becoming commonplace because of the kind of world that we've created, but it is what it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go then to the agenda item, section 8. This is board member committee and liaison reports. They're there, you've reviewed them. Is there any discussion from the board members? Nope. Nope. Okay, is there any public comment on these reports?
No.
Okay, and nobody in here. All right, great. Once again, thank you for those reports. That's really helpful for me to keep on top of things. I really appreciate them. Okay, let's go to future agenda items then. Yes.
I'm sorry. The gentleman here is from Waste Management Authority or
No,
Mission Country Disposal?
No.
No, he's, pardon me?
IWMA.
Excuse me. Okay.
Yeah.
Same thing with waste.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
okay. I don't know if he is here to see whether we approve the contract with Mission Country Disposal or not. And if so, he needs to know we already did that agenda item.
I asked him before.
Did you ask him that?
I asked him to come up and if there was any question.
I'm not sure I heard your question, but by way of being here, I was just driving by
Oh, okay.
and I thought I'd come in and see what you looked like. I've been the president of the board of the Cayuga Sanitary District for the past 30 years. So I know something about what it feels like to sit up there. And through that connection, I've been privileged to be on the board of directors of the Integrated Waste Management and LAFCO. So I have some experience in the county. I've met your general manager, Matthew, and Haley Dodson, and congratulate you on having them available as meet the manager. That worked out very nice. So sometimes I wonder who I'm representing, and so of course we do learn a lot in serving on boards, and so I know a lot about what goes on in the waste management business and how that's done. But by way of explanation, what IWMA does is they collect the data, report to the state, and their other job is to educate the public. And so they're the ones that fund the people coming to the schools and making presentations. And so it's an interesting business. It involves a lot of state laws and things that we all have to do. The latest being the food waste management. So I've tried to do my best in representing you, even though I don't get to see you. So just thought I'd drop by.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so are we ready to go to future agenda items? Right. So what I have so far is committee bylaws, the liaison appointments and discussion, and public feedback for the strategic plan.
And I guess the final, the official launch of the fire committee, which involves the paperwork, all
Yep.
the legal paperwork. Yeah.
Yes, Vice President.
Thank you, President Scott.
Yes.
In reflecting over the course of the meeting, I made a few notes. Future agenda items, the potential for integrating how we do the RFP list, how we identify qualified bidders into the procurement policy. That's one. And two, the discussion of what we just heard about the Pacific Palisades, 3 million gallons in 6 hours. We some assessment and testing of our water storage volume, the fire hydrant testing program, the flow. What would it look like here? Wouldn't be surprised if there's some significant interest in that in the near future. And third, I would love to see, maybe it's an ad hoc, but an integrated process showing how the integration between the strategic planning process, how that ties in and interfaces with the process of developing budgets and the CIP. These are all defining what this district is going to do current year, next year, future, long-term. And as it is, they are separate standalone processes. And I would envision, a significant improvement if those are integrated systems. Opportunities for discussion.
Okay. Anything else? No. Do we have public comment on?
President
few-
Scott, can I
Yes.
jump in and add on to Vice President Thomas's future agenda items? Later this year, we'll be working with one of our consultants, hopefully MKN. We've asked them to take this on and they're considering it. We're going to kind of establish like our water master plan, our distribution system, our flow capacity, our fire flow, the storage capacity and that stuff. So that will be taking place. So I'll actually have the scope and bringing forward like the cost on that too. And that we're probably looking about March or April, if we can hold on that long. And then I'll go ahead and make that like a staff report and an agenda item that we can discuss for both R&I and then of course to the board.
I really support that. And what you're saying is taking the entire system look rather than looking at one small piece. Absolutely great idea.
Correct. We'll look at the whole system. We'll take it everything except for like water source. I think we're pretty well aware of our raw water source, and we just did the IFS for San Simeon. We'll be doing an IFS for Santa Rosa as well, hopefully. And so this will just be a system evaluation on where we're at today: flows, pressures, and storage.
And I think the other thing is the last integrated process with strategic planning, budget, and CIP. I'm thinking maybe that's part of the discussion that we have with strategic planning. So we'll have it there first. Okay. Anything else? No, no public comment on this.
No.
Okay. Are we ready to adjourn? Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you.
Can any of us make any comment on how we feel about this new format? I mean, the new format being just one meeting a month and how it went today?
Yeah, I think it's good. And I guess my question would be, do we want to renumber the agenda so that we have regular business earlier on the list?
Plan to do it. I sure would like the agenda in that order.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, okay, great.
Thank you.